I love the fact that you could just go live now. I like how I can just flip and back and forth and shit. All right. Say chat was pretty split. Okay, that's cool. And I'm gonna try my best to just kind of watch and listen. I'm gonna try my best. So let's see. All right. This is when y'all got into the conversation because I know y'all was kind of talking about what was y'all at?
Me, you know how to use that awareness to, you know, change the situation or the dissemination or using the knowledge. It's like intelligence. If you think of mental intelligence, it's not just the knowing.
So distorted.
Right. So once again, this is a conversation that anybody can join. We're gonna play a video. This was a conversation that happened on Yellow. He had a 7 stream. Conscious TV came up. Logic came up. And boy, oh boy, seeing a bunch of cis men talk to Conscious TV and Logic was good until it was bad. Okay. So we're gonna play this then what conversation. I want y'all to kind of listen to the conversation. I'm gonna kind of come in at a point. I don't know where I am, but I'm trying to make sure I catch it. It's somewhere in here. It's a lot of yelling. Okay. So we're gonna see. I think I came in kind of where the thought begins, but just let me know if it was a little bit before or after, because I was in and out.
Happen over and over again because
to deal with all that. Stay your ass home, like for real.
Why do we have to be forced upon us?
It's around there. It's around there because I came up after he brought up the emotional intelligence, but then when I saw that they weren't going to let anybody talk, I was like, oh, let me drop down. And
yeah, my bad, bro. My bad. That's what I did. I seen him in there and I'm like, man, I tried to get him in one time and it was just like, nope. Fuck. Because the thing about Arshawn is Arshawn will get his way in the conversation, but he not finna like try to yell over my face. He get the fuck up out of there. I ain't finna deal with this shit.
That's where it started.
Because they're already yelling, so I'm like, did the yelling start before the then what or after?
Yeah, this was right in here. So while I was up there, it's about when it jumped off. So I would just look for my avatar, and that's where the conversation started to switch when that little homie popped up.
Oh, okay. Who are these people? So Spitfire, this is Yella. He's a friend of this channel. This is Evil Twin. This is, you see him a lot. The other people one is Rashawn. Conscious TV and Our Logic Conscious has a larger channel. He talks about everything. But he is gay, and Logic he has a channel as well. They come around. Yellow goes on their channel. They come over here. So they cool. Yeah, they're cool. And Marcus is just around too, and that's Mandrill. Y'all seen Mandrill around as well. So he was up there. So there's everybody who's up there.
He's saying Marcus just be around.
Thanks, Scott. I like it too.
Forced upon something. Here's the thing. I think it's very interesting because now, lace up. Because here's the thing. The thing about it is that for one, like Conscious said earlier, within every group, you're going to have the extremists. So, of course, if you do not want to sleep with a trans person, that's your prerogative. You don't have to sleep with a trans person. That's not what you're into.
Okay. I hate that question.
Yeah, I hate it.
Yeah. I don't think that was really that much of an issue. I don't think that was really that much of an issue. But
what I call a pause?
By separating yourself as some community, as a nuance somewhere else. You have to address the larger things.
Okay, I think they're talking about the trans thing here.
That's what I think that's when they were getting ready to go on the patriarch.
Okay.
With experience, I'm pretty sure the average dude, especially the average black man, is only raised by his mother, since we're constantly saying that black men ain't never in the home to be around and take care of them, who probably seen that mother deal with all types of fuck niggas, who seen her struggle with ever. think that approach a woman in the wrong way would be the right thing to do. But what I'm saying is this: you're saying there's a right way to do it when there's not. Take it from you. You can tell me from you can, and this is
women are telling y'all.
Hold on, wait. Women can tell us a bunch of different shit. Take it from somebody who consumes a lot of this fucking content, or who will have the patience as a man to sit up and watch an all-female motherfucking panel and hear them say 75 different things about how they want men to approach them, when they want them to approach them, how the sun got to be, the wind blowing, the temperature, the water motherfucking temperature next to them.
Oh,
the rivers is flowing. Is Mercury is retrograde? Is it a full moon? Is it Taurus and Aries? No, quit playing.
Just saying. I'm just saying. What up, Wally? We doing a reaction inception. I'm reacting to Bree and Ashan reacting to me. So I'm like I said, I'm trying to be chill as much. I ain't gonna try to interfere too much, but just saying.
We're not gonna make it seem like it's 1-to-1 on this whole thing.
Yes, it
because
is.
All of that doesn't matter for the average dude.
Yes, it is.
No, it don't.
Because you know that simple, well-to-do.
Okay, let me try to explain that a little bit, real quick. We didn't play that much. We went into the convo about then what. Okay, let me explain that. It's not a right way to do it. It's a bunch of wrong ways to do it. But to say that there's a right way to do it kind of insists that there's a 1-to-1 kind of way to do it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a right way, like there's a proven distinct way to do it. Like, yeah, of course, you know, to approach somebody with respect. But it's a lot of ways that a man can mess up talking to a woman. Or mess up approaching to a woman. It's way more ways that he could do it wrong than he could do it right. And that's what I'm saying. That was the whole purpose behind it. I ain't seen shit. I ain't seen a damn thing. Salute to you, brothers. Salute to you, brothers. Now, and that's why I brought up like the female panel. You know what I'm saying? You'll sit up and watch a female panel and you'll hear them tell you a bunch of different ways you want them to approach you, but then they be like, girl, no, I don't want them to do that. It'll be one chick say, I want him to do this. And then it'll be another chick to say, no, I don't want him to do that. That'll get him. It ain't really lined up like that. But the respect factor is there. Like you never, you know what I'm saying? You never be just disrespectful. You know what I'm saying?
Due respect is enough. And that's all people
when a dude be like, hey, how you doing? And he still get curved, then what?
Okay, but a woman has a right to curve you. Like,
guess what?
That's a part of the
all there, because a lot of yelling starts after this.
Yeah.
So
I want y'all to hear it again. We can hear it on somebody else's stream, so y'all can understand what it is.
Okay, but a woman has a right to curve you. Like,
guess what?
That's a part of the
all there, because a lot of yelling.
Be like,
and that's all people.
And when a dude be like, hey, how you doing? And he still get curved, then what?
Okay, but a woman has a right to curve you. Like,
guess what?
That's a part of the
all there, because a lot of yelling starts after this.
Yeah.
So Yellow started this by talking about what I was talking about, how most men feel like we're not talking about them. Because I have a mom and I've seen what she's gone through. I'm just a normal guy. I would never be predatory or that guy to come at you to try to like manipulate you or whatever he was saying. Like that's kind of where he was starting the conversation. And then he was saying that women all have different ways they want to be approached. And I agree with Conscious in the sense of like, we just want respect, like respect my boundaries. Like if I don't seem interested, take my word for it and leave me alone.
Okay.
Right. And Yella saying, well, when I come to you respectfully, like, hey, how are you doing? How is your day? And I still get curved, then what? And this is where the panel blew up. Then what? ... So I want y'all to tell me in the chat, what do you think then what in this conversation means? Finish the sentence in essence. What do you think the rest of his sentence was? Because he stopped at then what. I want to know what y'all would assume the rest of that statement would be. So he said, I don't think that's true. He was dropping bars about that. So I want to know what y'all think in the chat. But go ahead, Rashawn.
And Spitfire, which part did you not think is true? I'm curious about Tristan. That. I am with Yellow on that one. I think at this point, Conscious was gaslighting Yellow because we know, and I know that women know because women also verbalize that they change their mind, that they are entitled to change their mind. They may want something one moment, they may not want it the next. So it's quite possible. And I've heard women talk about the approaches, who's approaching, how they approach, what situation you're in, how vulnerable you feel, changes how the approach would need to be. There's some situations where, according to y'all, it doesn't matter who approaches y'all. Because that one lady that kind of went viral for saying, even though she likes Morris Chestnut, she wouldn't be late for a job interview for Morris Chestnut. So even if it was like her ideal guy, there's some situations where it just wouldn't even matter. So I really do think you cannot say, for us women especially, there's not a variance or variability to an approach. To me, that's just like there was something else going there.
I'm confused about what is it about a respectful approach that doesn't still allow space for you to approach every woman differently and figure that out. You know what I mean? Because to me, it doesn't seem like the one is a pushback of the other. Because Conscious was just saying respect across the board. It doesn't matter how you approach her, but it just needs to be respectful. Which in this case, respect just means, like I said, respecting her boundaries. Now, of course, the approach may be different for each woman, right? It's concerning to me that respect is in this conversation was just taken as a one thing. Respect was just, hey, how are you doing? Like respect, you know what I mean? Like it's problematic to me that when you think of respectful approach, that means there's only one way for you. Like, hey, how are you doing is a respectful approach, but respect is something that is a undertone to everything. So you can come up to her however, but there should be a respect, which in this case, that just means if she's showing you she not into you, leave her alone, respect her boundary, don't touch her, respect her body autonomy. Like that is what I'm thinking Conscious is meaning when he says respect across the board.
From the feminine mind. And this is where I talk about the feminine mind, because from that very same space, it's a very feminized way of thinking. Because like Spitfire said, respect is expected. So either you're talking about the average guy who's already going to respect you, that's already built in. So if you're saying a respectful approach, you're not talking about me, because respect, like Spitfire says, is expected. So we go back to that. There's a delineation between me and that person you're talking about, because that person you're talking about that comes up disrespectfully is not me. So quit talking about the guy that comes up and gropes you on an approach, because that's not me. I'm asking about me. How do I show respect? Because I already think I do that. But since you keep bringing up that I need to respect you when I approach you, you must have a vision of that I don't understand. Because me coming up but not touching you anything crazy, I think that's respect. But obviously, since it's still a talking point for you, I need you to explain to me. I need you to visualize that, map that out, so I know what different respect looks like. Because right now, you've confused me by continuing to throw it in my face that I need to be respectful, because I thought we were already there.
Thank you. Fuck, thank you. Shit. Damn. Hey, you know what? That's why I fucks with Arshawn. That couldn't have been said no motherfucking better than that. That could have been said no better than that. Say, Yella's the one with the pink wig. Right? This is me right now. This one over here. Oh, shit. Say, can we all just get along? Maybe. We good. Oh, man, we good. I don't have no beef with them. It was just a conversation between people that got a little tight. You know what I'm saying? We got a little tight. Okay, so wait, how is this approach coming? Is this approach for trying to date or just simple conversation? They're talking about engaging with women, when the man is interested in you. Yeah. And that's man, Arshawn Best said it perfectly, bro. It's like assume that what you're saying is already known. You know what I'm saying? Just saying approach her with respect should be a given. But the thing is, there's so many different ways men don't know what to do. Because you can approach with respect and you still get rejected. So what do you put on top of respect? What do you put on top of that? Because that's the problem. If women is just saying what they want, it sound like a bunch of different shit. Cause shit, depending on your age range, depending on the chick you trying to talk to too. And this ain't an excuse for nothing. This is just real life. Depending on the chick you talking to, and you walk up to her with the "Hey, sweetheart, how you doing?" shit, she gonna drag your ass. You don't get your little weak ass out of here. Well, I've seen it. That's a rare extreme example, but yeah, sometimes your ass to get that atomic rejection. Trying to walk up and be like, "Hey, how you doing? How are you?" You know, the ideal approach tends to get you curved. That's kind of what I'm saying. The like textbook approach that everybody think you should approach women by tends to get you curved. You got to throw some razzmatazz on that shit. I asked them this now, and I'm asking you: if a woman says no to a man, should the man ask why? I mean, answer if he want to know. You just got to be ready to take the answer. You just got to be ready to take that motherfucking answer because you might not like it. Right, the exit interview. Excuse me, man. Why didn't you purchase our product today? Is it A, the shoes, B, the fingernails, C, the breath, or D, the car? So, fellas, what you do is this. You make a checklist. What up, Reckless? What's good, man? We reacting to Bree and Arshawn reacting to our conversation from last night. It's a reaction in a reaction. It's a reaction inception or reactception. But what up, dude? But yeah, there you go. Y'all got it. You fellas, you carry a little card with you. You know what I'm saying? You have her fill the card out. You know what I'm saying? Rate my approach. And then you go back and get some you go back and get you some practice, you know what I'm saying? Fix your game. Fix your shit. If that's so, then yeah, if she wants to deal with you, then you simply out of luck. They say your belt didn't match your shoes, and your mama said you can't trust a man who belt don't match their shoes. I heard that shit before too. Oh shit. Or she could just say no again. Man, that's true. She could reject the exit interview. I mean, best thing you can do, man, if a woman say no, just fucking take it and keep going. This is ain't no double down. Don't try to like convince her to talk to you and no shit like that. You know, it ain't. It definitely ain't worth it. So I'm pepper spraying you if you give me a survey. Would you like to take a survey? Would you like to take a survey? Shout out to IG Green. Not if he yells, but why not? But why not, goddammit? Nah, hell no. You don't want him. You don't want him on that. But let's go. Let's keep going. That was well put though. And that's what I'm saying. It's like some of this stuff is like already known. So whether we got to get down to like some nitty gritty on what could be done, like styles and approaches like that.
Right.
So
different respect looks like. I need you to, since it's still a talking point for you, I need you to explain to me. I need you to visualize that, map that out, so I know what different respect looks like. Because right now you've confused me by continuing to throw it in my face that I need to be respectful because I thought we were already there.
Right. And I think that the issue is that's probably what it is, because that we don't feel like there's respect. Like, you being polite to me does not mean that you're going to respect my boundaries if I say no. Like, some of what y'all talking about is politeness. Now, if you can be polite, because I've had people who come up to you polite. Hey, ma'am, how you doing? Whatever. But then they are persistent beyond the point where I'm comfortable now. So even though you're being polite, you're not respecting my boundary. You're not respecting me because I'm turning you down and you're still pursuing me politely. But now you're disrespecting the boundary I've set. So the two can happen at the same time. Like, a lot of guys come up to you politely as a sign of respect. But then when it's really time to show the respect isn't given.
All right. So here's where we run into a little bit of problem with a man's understanding from his experience with women. Because like in your language, you said things like, I'm feeling uncomfortable. We can't feel your discomfort because I can show you, for every one woman who says, like Shy Cutie, for every woman that says no means no, like in a conversation, I want not keep trying until I say yes. For every woman that says that, I can find you another woman who says the exact opposite. They like to play the games. And the same way you said you can't tell the difference between us and the average guy and the threat, I can't look at you and tell the difference between you saying no means no and no means keep trying. So we're in an impasse now.
All right, I got you.
Even in any time where I would say outwardly that I played hard to get in the past, my demeanor, and I understand that's just kind of like y'all aren't the cues, the context, the connotation, which I think from men are generally weak in that department. Men are weak in the connotation, the undertones. Like for me, when I'm for real saying no, and I'm walking to my car away from you, I'm not smiling at you.
Y'all hit the link. Come on.
That means no. I've never even thought or even thought, oh, I might give him a shot, and was not smiling at you. I'm not even smiling at you. I'm literally walking to my car. I said no in a deadpan face. And you're still like, I'm going to follow you now. Why? That's not even body cues that I want you to follow me. Anytime I've been flirting or playful, there's a smile, there's tones or whatever. I'm talking about people. I literally have not given you a smile. I haven't even engaged with you. I gave you the most dry no ever. I proceeded to lead the conversation. And you're telling me that you think I want you to chase me. And so there's a part of me that, like, even though I do understand what you're saying, I do feel like there's also, for the woman, like, there's men who lean on that and just apply it across the board. I'm going to play that stalker video. that we Dr. K, because that's what y'all be sounding like. Because it's like, well, because I know some women want to be chased, even though she's running from me at a full speed. No, I don't want you. No, leave me alone.
But Bree, this what all these conversations. This is what the problem of memory and retention problem in these conversations. Because everything you also know. You said, articulated very well today, that men are at a deficit. We're probably at the low end of emotional intelligence, emotional awareness. So within ourselves, so we also probably are just as inept when it comes to another person. Then you've also had the conversations where we've had abstract versus concrete thinking. That guy was a very concrete thinker. Well, because some women, he heard that somewhere. Because again, I told you when we were doing that conversation about the approach on Yellow Stream, I said the exact same words. But I also know if a woman broke out in a sprint or driving off, I would not pursue her. Because I know.
Some men don't accept a woman even walking away, running full speed. I'm just kind of like moving away, and I'm like disengaging. And there's average men who don't pick up that social cue.
Right. So what I'm saying is we can't try to make all men at the same level of understanding of social cues, social awareness, social graces. That's impractical. And that's asking a bit much.
Yo, Lark.
Go ahead. What's up, Jay? What's up, Logic?
How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? I would do want to step in for 2.5 seconds. I'm gonna be honest on my behalf. I use very much polarizing language on purpose. So for me, I make it my business not to make a distinction between the good guys and the mass majority of the people that when me and Conscious speak of what we're referring to. The reason being is because what tends to happen is that typically the guys that me and Conscious are and also Bree are referring to, they're not in these conversations. But however, the good guys will be the guys that's actually present in these conversations. A lot of times what always seems to happen is that when you make that distinction of you guys are good over here, but this conversation is meant for you guys, the good guys, and I'm using that term just to make it illustrate, the good guys typically like, okay, that ain't got nothing to do with me. And the thing is that when it comes down to actually having the conversations, and you guys are actually the ones being present within these conversations, and also understanding the nuances, because with anything, especially a new concept and breaking stuff down, you're gonna get backlash. You're gonna get the why this, why that, why this. So with that being said, we need you guys to be, of course, equipped in these conversations so you guys can go to the areas that I'm not even allowed to go because I'm queer. Bree isn't really allowed to go because she's a woman. And you guys can have these conversations and defend and really break these concepts down to the most basic level and get in the nooks and crevices of all of these concerns. So I use polarizing language to bring all of you guys to the conversation. I'm not making no distinction. No, I'm talking to everybody. I want everybody's attention when I speak. And like Conscious said, is that when you like docile and you like, okay, this, that, people don't listen. But when you're very aggressive and use polarizing language, all of a sudden everybody 10 HUD. So that's all I got to say so far.
Okay. I mean, I get that because I get the idea of bringing awareness to those kind of things, right? Because if you're saying like some guys do this and some guys do that and we need to be aware of it and all that, and that's cool, but I say 70% of men I ran across boundaries and 10 or less were actually aggressive or violent. I mean, but okay, it's gonna sound real fucked up. What do you want us to do about that at the end of the day? Oh no, I'm saying like because you kind of said go over and defend what? Like I'm of the mind of this. I'm talking about us as in the dudes who don't really, the ones who understand to walk away the first time. What do you want them to do with it? Because you want us to go defend against what? That's the thing about understanding how the world works sometimes. Nothing's going to stop the creation of bad people.
No, not going to.
Nothing. No, hold on. Nothing's going to stop the creation of bad people. So all you can do is encourage people to just be better, or focus on the ones that's trying to be better. Because that's what I'm saying. At this realm, at 35, if you still one of them dudes who follow after a chick after she said no, we ain't got time for you, dog.
Exactly. And plus, Justice Earth will be hitting your ass anyway. And I want to say this too. Let me just say this because I watched the entire stream all yesterday. Had a lot of time at work. So I watched the entire thing after I left. But I want to address this particularly. What Yellow said yesterday is a point, had a really great point yesterday, what he said on his stream about this shit don't concern us normal dudes, average dudes, because us who have experienced rejection never pursued. When she told us no, we went along our merry way and went home. Or on to the next one. It's that simple. And that's why I don't get where people keep pushing this, where it's like, yo, nah, but even though you left when she rejected you, you're still like, you're back in your mind, you're angry. No, I'm not angry. I'm like, on to the next one. It's that simple. I respect your choice and respect your privacy and your boundary. Whatever. I'm going to go because there's nothing here for me to talk to you about. Now let's go. That's simple. It has nothing to do, to me, it has nothing to do with the fear or the freaking of me hurting her. And I'm not going to. She can think that. And if she does think that, I'll just walk away. I don't care. Let's listen. If you want to live in paralyzed fear and paranoia and nonsense, you can do that. And I'm not saying from your experience that may happen to you, but like what Yella said on stream yesterday, you should get the fuck out of there. You shouldn't be around people. Be in a box. Get help. Do whatever. Don't place your trauma nonsense on us. We're seeking relationship with a woman, and that's what it is. And listen, if she rejects us, we can walk away. I don't get why you would be mad about that. If we're walking away, you should not be mad, and you should not be jumping up in arms and fumbling. And I'm talking about average dudes. I'm not talking for every. I'm not going to speak for every other dude. Logic, you hear me? I'm not speaking for everybody. I'm speaking about me. This is me.
And that's the thing. This conversation just bigger than just you. Dudes like you, Yella, Arshawn, y'all are minority. And that's the reason why I keep telling you guys have to listen to women when they speak. You guys are minority. So if you guys are a minority, the majority of men are approaching women is what Bree and I and Conscious were referring to. Literally, Bree came on my panel yesterday. And you know what I did? I didn't interrupt her. I ain't say nothing. I just said, Bree, I said, you know what? Tell me your experience. And I muted. And I listened. And the thing is, and I'm also going to bring it back to yesterday as well, too. And I'm going to tell you another reason why I got on Mandrell is because since he's allowed in those spaces, you know what happened? When the type of rhetoric that goes on in those spaces, he sat there. Yes, you are completely right. Yes, there's nothing you can do by trying to stop bad people from being made. But it's something that you can do to be that good person. And this is what I mean when you understand your privilege. When you know that you are a man, a heterosexual, cisgendered man, and you are allowed in certain spaces that women, queer people are not allowed to be in. I'm sorry to let you know, it's your duty to stand up for what's right. It's your duty to speak up. That's the reason why whenever we get on women issues, yes, I know I'm still queer, but how I make it my business to speak up against women issues, because a lot of times when it comes from the women, they don't listen. And we saw that a plethora of times yesterday. When it comes from the queer people don't listen. And we saw that a plethora of times yesterday as well. But however, that's why I'm saying when you understand your privilege, it's a very bad thing that you even have privilege. Any of us even have privileges because we're all supposed to be on the same pedestal. But however, how are you going to use your privilege for a better cause? Because I know that since I am a man, queer or not, when I speak, more people are going to listen to me on the fact that on the basis of I'm a man. And that's the thing. When you get into these spaces, what are you saying? Are you sitting back like this? And a perfect example was Mandrell yesterday. Well, not yesterday, day before yesterday. He said that the whole time. And then when he got in this specific space, all of a sudden he was oh no, I didn't agree with them, but you didn't say nothing. It goes the exact same way. And I feel like us, because we're melanated, we understand racism and all these things. So I always try to make the example similar. That's the exact same way. If you're in a space full of racist people and they put a whole bunch of racist rhetoric and a black person is present and do not say anything, you're going to question that black person. Why do you not say nothing? You sat there.
Logic. How old are you, brother?
I'm 23.
23?
Mm-hmm.
I'm younger than me. All right. Thought you was my age.
All right. Hold on, Jay.
No, I thought you was.
Jay. Hold on. You talking about on our live the other day? He didn't say nothing? You talking about he didn't say nothing?
No, I'm talking about
when Mandrell was on the panel of that Manosphere one.
Yes, that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what he was talking about. He wasn't talking about this.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about. No, okay. So I was using that.
No, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's why that's why
you said he didn't say
something
anything
about that too.
Yeah, because like the thing is that when you get in these spaces and like, okay, so I was making both of the panels a reference point because when he was on the Manosphere panel, he didn't say nothing.
Right.
He sat back and he kind of engaged in it a little bit. It was fun for him. Yes, he didn't know all the information, but he sat there and he talked about her looks and all the other stuff. And then when he got in this space, all of a sudden he made it clear, I don't agree with that. But he wasn't that he didn't have that same laid back. He wasn't doing all that. He wasn't even talking about the looks, all the other stuff. He was vocal. He opened his mouth and said, I don't agree with that.
So you're saying that he didn't have the same energy?
He didn't have the same energy. He did not have the same energy. And so, and that's what I mean, that sometimes, because for me, I've been in all spaces. It's a plethora of Yellow Pill lives I watch. I don't come on the panel. It's a plethora of Bree lives I may come across. It's a plethora of everybody. Jay, I even been to your live. I watch all the different spaces and I see how the way that people maneuver and I see the way they may act over here, but they're not acting the same way over here. They acting like this in front of the camera over here, but when they're over here on Twitch, they don't say nothing. Okay. And so like when you get in different spaces, you got to have that same energy, especially when it counts. That's it.
Okay. And for me, whenever I do my streams, I'm me 100%. I'm not going to turn on like. First of all, I don't think there's any version of me y'all seen that's like he doing a 360, like he acting like a ratchet nigga today. I'm like, no, I'm never a ratchet nigga, and that's never gonna be me. Chill, calm, and if I have some energy, I will give it out. If it's a very serious, deep topic, I will come out like I need to come out and talk about it. That's what I will do. I'm not going like for example. When we talk about all celebrities, like I'm withdrawn from that sometimes because that ain't my fucking reality. I ain't them people. Yeah, people want me to speak about it, but I listen. I give celebrity talk as much as I give food to a fish in a bowl. That's my philosophy. Just because they're not living in my reality, I'm not with those people. I got people like Yellow, you, Marcus. You throwing Mandrell in there too. Y'all more realms of people I talk to in real life, so that I can only speak about what I know and a little bit of knowledge of what I studied. Like, for example, even after the whole debacle or whatever in Yellow Stream yesterday, I saw both you and Conscious give out some information that was valid, that I wanted to hear in the beginning, a little bit of what was going on. And I gave some good information that I didn't know. Because I have friends in that community, 3, and I love them to this day. I told people, listen, I don't care what she is, just as long as you listen, just be a good person. That's all I give a damn about. I want to say to everybody, whether I could, because it goes back to the whole agree thing. Like, do you agree about lifestyle? I'm gonna say this: whether I agree with lifestyle, it doesn't matter. If I can respect your choice, respect where you were born, all that, there's no issue with us. There's no issue with me. I can accept that. That's fine. But it's just like because like it just for me, it always felt so weird just saying like I think it's asking like, Joe, would you do it too? When someone asks me that, and it's like never had that question asked at me. That's why I'm thrown for a loop. But but listen. If you came out and told me we've been friends, whatever, why would that change now? Is what I'm saying. Whenever it comes to like conversations like that, I'm like, it wouldn't change. I'm like, you still like say you lied about what you like or what?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, no. Yeah, no. He said, oh, then what's the problem? We cool.
Wait, I do want to address this. Anaya said you would be surprised at how much the LGBT community is hiding amongst the struggle, Kevin Manosphere. And then she also, I'm assuming that's a she, I'm assuming. It says, so Reckless should have a space to speak there as well. That's the thing. I am in those spaces. I am in those spaces, but also with that as well, I also know that queer men are misogynistic. And that's why I make it my duty to speak up.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're misogynistic, trans. Like being a bigot can be compartmentalized. Like we see this all the time. Like you can like you cannot like black people, but you can like this black person here. It's called being the exception. Or I have no problem with gay people, but trans people I can't get with. Oh, but I have no problem with gay people or lesbians, but bisexual people, you have to pick one. So yes, it can be compartmentalized. Like, okay, I don't really feel with black people like that, but the light-skinned black people I can deal with. AKA colorism. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, most people aren't even gonna like that because I already have a thick people have a thick skin as it is, as I would call it, a thick quote unquote skin.
All right. Mm-hmm. All right, so we're gonna bring IG in a minute. What up, IG?
What's that the panel? Yeah, what's up, everybody? I was listening to the panel, the very long panel y'all had, and I did enjoy hearing the exchange. But one thing I do kind of want to also mention is what Reckless is talking about is that sometimes I guess it's not that your anecdotal experience isn't authentic. No one can unauthenticate what your personal experience is, but it does take a certain level of I want to say balance just to step out of just your situation. Like I could from my personal experience of me having a father that had me at the age of 60 and a mom at 47, and my mom died when I was 6, and I was raised by my pa. That I had that wonderful paternal, not just patriarchal upbringing, but around my neighborhood growing up, in the West Bank in Gretna and New Orleans before Katrina, I could clearly see, not just in Black nationality, that type of household isn't the majority. My upbringing, my root might have been that, yeah, you have the single father, but I look at my other nationalities of friends, especially Black American, I couldn't project what my upbringing and my household experience on the rest of my friends because that wasn't their household. And I also noticed that not just with my friends, just the community around me, that didn't make me blind just because, yeah, I do have a great father in that sense. I do have that thing that everybody's looking for, but that didn't make me disillusioned to the reality. You know what I'm saying? I kind of could see where people talk about how they're exceptional, but the only way that you can recognize that you're exceptional if you accept the rule. You can't recognize how exceptional you are, what you have is valuable if you're not willing to recognize the rule. So I think with men, just like Reckless said, I totally agree with him. Same gender loving men, as well as non-same gender loving men, especially I'm going to say if you come from a pre-1965 Immigration Act Black American paradigm, you're subject to some of the same behavior. Your sexual orientation or your gender expression doesn't stop you from having certain experiences to where you will carry on that same misogyny, etc. So, that's one thing I kind of noticed is that some people on the panel, it's almost like you're taking it a little personal, but it's not personal. It's just something that applied systematically. Like, for example, the crime data with the FBI showing that most Black women that engage in fatalities or DV and domestic violence ends in fatality is that it's a frequency of Black women being murdered every 5.5 hours. Now, I'm not a Black woman, but I'm not going to sit here and say, okay, there's no crime data on cisgender gay men being murdered every 5.5 hours, so that's why it's not as important to me. No, for women, this type of conversation, even though I don't have to deal with, yes, it would be a different situation for them to understand, like, well, how a guy approaches me, not the approach. It's not really the approach, as the response is what it is. I can't speak for a woman, but if the shoe was on the other foot for me as a same gender loving Black American man, that the data was out and it was showed that Black men are being murdered by their partners every 5.5 hours, I would have more of a deeper concern for that. Okay. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to just go ahead and mute on that.
Okay, let me ask this question. Because I'm not going to overstep your point, because, again, I'm going to say this, and this is my overarching thing about it, right? Because everything you said, I 100% agree with. I get that. Here's the thing. At some point in time, we have to live life outside of that as well. Because I can't experience that all day, every day. That's not going to help. All that knowledge is useful if you want to stop the overarching problem. It's not useful if I want to get a date. Yes. So here's where the conversation broke down. All that's good. Hearing about the patriarchy, understanding that how women, what they got to deal with, their experience, that's cool. Because one, you have to show me what somebody other than me, because I didn't disagree with it. Yeah. And I'm not taking it personal. I'm just saying that a lot of the conversations don't even be about relationships. They be about everything else. Hold on, Jay. All this is us talking about trauma. That ain't gonna get nobody dick hard. That ain't gonna get no pussies wet. I'm sorry. I'm gonna put it like that. Because that's all these conversations devolve into, is basically finger pointing. Women trying to explain, women or people who identify with women or support women continuously tell men that there's this problem that we have to figure out.
I don't think.
Hold on, Ajay, hold on. Because on the flip side, men will turn around and force feed women all this rhetoric about submission and what you got to do to be a good woman and how you got to be this. And my point is this: when is people gonna start to trying to figure out what we gonna do about the humping? What is we gonna do about the happiness part? Because all we doing is sitting around and complaining. But don't nobody want to hear the other side's complaints. That's the problem. Y'all don't want to hear us complain because we men, and we shouldn't be complaining because we got to understand our privilege. But at the same time, we don't want to hear women complaining either because they need to understand their privilege. Like you said, nobody should have privilege. A lot of the complaints is on the both sides. We just using so much of the different language that we confusing the fuck out of each other. That's why if you hear men talk to women, and this is just my experience, a man will say something that'll be real clear, and they'll be like, what you mean cheating? What is cheating? Yo, if you don't know what cheating is at 30 plus, then why the fuck is we having this conversation? We don't know what the fuck cheating is now. Even with a man, if he asks the same thing, we don't know what cheating is now. It's the same idea. Watch this shit. Logic, you know what I'm talking about. All this shit breaks down is to a motherfucking, it be the fucking Spider-Man meme. Where it's just the three Spider-Mans pointing at each other. It's one Spider-Man is the men, one Spider-Man is the women, and the other Spider-Man is the chat. They all pointing at each other. Ain't nobody talking about no level of solutions though. What are we getting to? This conversation been probably officially going on since about 2019, 2020 with Kevin Samuels. Since everybody referred to him, Okay, cool. We've gotten all the buzzwords out. We've gotten all the motherfucking hashtags out. We didn't use that shit up, y'all. That shit is dry. That cow has been milked, my nigga. Them udders is long and stretched the fuck out. Guys, we gonna produce some better cows.
Well,
when are we gonna start milking from another cow?
In the nuance of this conversation, though, it's like, okay, because and what I'm hearing from you too is sounding like that you weren't really looking, from what you're saying, from a deeper conversation as into all of that. You're presenting this conversation, if it was just to be kind of a little bit more lighthearted, you know what I'm saying? Not in the sense of more than you. It wasn't trying to go that deep. Is it that you wanted the conversation to kind of stay more surface based, like in the sense of not why the person is thinking what they're thinking in that sense. You just wanted to be like, well, how do you go about presenting your shot? How do you go about presenting that conversation? Not so much in the depths of what that conversation is, right?
Basically, you right there. Like you just right there. Right there. It's basically like no. You said I didn't want the conversation to go that deep, as it is like it's not keeping the conversation surface. I'm gonna try to make this like this shit ain't that deep. Relationships, trying to hook up with somebody or trying to find a date shouldn't be that deep. As a man, I shouldn't stand across from a woman and instead of just checking out, be like, man, look, I hope I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, all right, let me go over here and do what I got to do. Instead of having to fucking plan out what I'm going to say, I shouldn't have to go over and think about how I should motherfucking make sure she isn't oppressed by the patriarchy by my approach by her. Do you see what I'm saying? I shouldn't have to register the understanding of every woman's trauma that ever experienced a man approaching her, because you know what that's doing? Me not thinking about what I'm going to say to her. Then it threw a monkey wrench in what's going on. It's not that deep at the end of the day, because what you're saying is true on a deeper level, but it's a whole opposite level as well. That's a societal level. That's not dating. That's a systemic level. It's not relationships. You see what I'm saying? Every time we sit back and the only thing we got to talk about relationships is how most domestic violences end up in death by the same. We get all of that. That's cool. That's cool. That's kind of stopping the progression of everything, because those are always the examples that get brought into relationship topics. Now, if we was talking about abuse, cool. If we was talking about statistics and why Black women is in danger, cool. But we're talking about dating. We're talking about approaching. And this is where the conversation broke down, I think, to where it's just everybody looking at each other crazy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm gonna be honest. I think the thing is that the reason why we try to look at things like Bree said on a macro versus micro level is because like Conscious said yesterday, what happens at the top does trickle down to the bottom. And the thing about it is that I think a lot of times, and I'm gonna say even yesterday, the thing is that you made a comment yesterday saying along the lines of how is it or I'm paraphrasing. This about how am I gonna I don't want to trigger that up if I know about her trauma and da da da. But the thing about it is this: if you don't understand the nuance and get into the nooks or crevices of topics, you may trigger that up and don't even realize it. And that's the thing when it comes down to a lot of guys. They trigger stuff up, and women as well too. They trigger stuff up, but because they don't understand the nuance, they don't understand the subject in and out. And so you may say something that may trigger that up, and you may mean no harm by it. You may do something that may trigger that up. You may not mean no harm by it. And I think everything's happening for a reason. I think what this is just a shifting of the culture. Because I have seen panels and stuff where men were told that at one point in time, a no really means yes. That means keeps trying and all this other stuff. I think at this point, and like people said earlier, it's all about the respecting thing. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know which one would you prefer. Would you prefer the respectful route, the respectful route and get a no, or the non-respectful route and possibly get the cops called on you? So, and I think one of the things that another reason why Conscious wanted you, and hopefully I can articulate it the best way I can, because that was his experience. The reason why he wanted you to go down that rabbit hole of then what, even though you didn't probably mean no harm by it, nothing like that, is because of the simple fact of typically when it's like a lot of times when people speak, I'm gonna make this generalized. A lot of times when people speak, and you guys wonder why, you guys might ask us a simple question. Me and Conscious, a simple question, and our answers may be 4 essays later. It's because a lot of times we don't think about a lot of the nuances in why we say certain things or why certain responses happen. So you have to break all of those things down and really get into the nooks and crevices, which is why Conscious really was trying to push the envelope on. Okay, so then what? Like he wanted you. And a lot of times men have this entitlement to a woman's body. The entitlement, then what? Then go about your business. And then on top of that, this whole thing about readjusting and all this other stuff, I think that's where a lot of men start to go wrong. No shade. Reason being is because now you're putting up a performance. Now all of a sudden you're attracting somebody on your representative, not who you really are, but your representative.
Everybody got here with their representative, Logic.
I understand.
That ain't fair. All right, so that ain't fair though. But that ain't fair.
But the point of the matter.
My thing is, if she out here at her best, she putting on her representative too, and it's called Maybelline. It's called Sheila or Zelda, because I know some of them wigs be having names and shit like that. It'd be a whole, and you can't tell. That's what I'm saying. Like, and that's the point, though, Logic. That's my point. It can't be just. Hold on, check it out. Hold on. Because I'm gonna have to give you the idea from a man who approaches women. See, my thing is this, Logic. You have, if for anything, you would have to understand it from our point of view, because you're saying don't go adjust and don't come out and put on a performance. My thing is this: women like to be impressed, whether you like to accept it or not. Women like to be impressed by the men that approach them. That's what getting the butterflies. Oh, okay, cool. He came up with this. It don't matter if you do a cartwheel, backflip, light a sparkler, motherfucker, make a paper airplane. It don't motherfucking matter. You have to do something, because a lot of times the standard approach, the whole just say hi, that doesn't equal the results that we're perceiving it is, or that we're being told that it should. I'm not saying that you don't take the rejection. You take the rejection. But my then what means, okay, what does that man have to do so next time he goes up to a woman, it'll work? Well, why don't you just say, hey, look, women like when you do cool shit.
But I think I guess the then what is alarming too, because even from a masculine point of view, it's like, well, the approach that of my best, almost doesn't count. If my best of what I approached for this particular mate, regardless if it be female or male, then that tells me that, okay, well, my best isn't good enough for you. That doesn't make me, I guess for each man is different. It's not going to make me say, now what? It's going to make me say, what next? Or who next? It's going to make me think, like, especially if I'm confident in my approach. If I felt I gave my best, okay, well, my best for this shorty, for this woman, ain't what it is. But there are plenty of fish in the sea. Mm-hmm. It's how you internalize it. All men do not internalize the same way.
Okay, let me put it like this. Hold
on. But we as men, we're hunters. So when a hunter doesn't get what they were hunting or that particular prey, that doesn't make them go into pursuit for that particular pursuer of what they're pursuing. They're gonna just continue on and just continue to hunt instead of internalizing the failure of that hunt, because you won't survive. It's harder for you to survive if you keep internalizing every single failure in your hunt versus continue the hunt.
Okay. I get it, but this is the problem, and this is what I'm talking about. So it don't mean you need to change your approach, because y'all keep saying like don't change your approach or don't put on no antics because they ain't gonna want the real you. Okay, cool. So everybody in here that gets approached by men, would you talk to a man, or would you give a man your number that approached you with no confidence? Like he walked up to you, he was nervous, he was sweaty, hands clammy. He got a little ring around his motherfucking shirt. His armpits under his shirt is sweaty. Y'all talk to him?
Nothing, but nothing in nature does that. To be honest with you, Doc. Like,
come on, man. Just answer the question, yes or no. Answer the question, yes or no. That's literally what I'm asking. And that's the problem.
According to hypergamy, no. But that's
okay then. So my thing is this: would you suggest that if he wanted a woman or somebody like that, he would need to change his approach?
Okay, here we go. No, here's the thing.
Because this is where the conversation gets. This is where the conversation gets murky. Y'all can't say don't change your approach when we know that just some basic ass shit ain't gonna work. Because that's what the men out here trying to do, is do the shit the easy way. They trying to do some basic ass shit and get women. That's the fucking problem. Listen to what I'm finna say right now. Those most of the complaints that I hear from women is that niggas out here trying to do some basic ass motherfucking standard motherfucking bare minimum ass shit. You need to step it up. You got to have all these motherfucking requirements, all this money, all these assets, all these things that make you a viable fucking a mate for a woman. But you gonna tell me not to change your approach to women.
There's a distinction between going up to somebody dirty and going up to somebody not as confident. There's a distinction. It should be no reason why you got a ring. Like, let's be called a spade a spade. We'll have a woman. So would you approach a woman with a that's dirty?
No. Would I approach a woman that's dirty? No.
That's dirty.
No.
But there's a distinction between being dirty and
wash
also
her
having
ass
confidence.
and put on some clothes. Maybe. If she spruced that shit up a little bit, maybe I'll talk to her. But my thing is this: you understand, people get nervous and start sweating, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You also know there's also women out there that love that. Like, they love when they be like, "Oh, he was so cute, he was shy." There are women out there that love that.
All right. Okay.
I mean, maybe the older women did that probably to me, probably when I was younger. But nah, like now, like I feel what Yella's saying, because it's just more so like, yo, bro, you can't be coming up here thinking that with some basic bullshit in front of me. You gotta have some air of mystique around you. You gotta have some type of game. You gotta have some type of freaking, just some voice up to the atmosphere you bring to get me wet. That's what they literally tell me.
But here's the thing: is like, if you I can't make that judgment, but if you are approaching a woman with a basic type of presentation, then I guess shouldn't you want a basic response, or want, I guess, what you would consider a basic type of woman? If you're going to present a basic presentation, people say you get what you pay for, you get what you open your mouth for. So
no, I agree.
You know what I'm saying? You can't expect, if you're going to give a basic type of effort, then you will probably most likely get a basic response, because it's both ways in nature. The feminine appeases to the masculine, and the masculine appeases to the feminine, and they both do their best in presentation. They both do their best in presentation. So I don't think it's so much as the approach as it is presentation. Your approach can be your approach. That can vary. I think what we're talking about here is presentation. Because yes, I don't give a damn your gender, your sexuality, and all that there. Your presentation is going to matter. It's going to matter in your mating habits. It's going to matter in your business adventures. It's going to matter in every aspect. You're going to base and rate a person off a presentation. I don't think that tells you the approach. So, that's why I could say no, but nobody, for that matter. It don't matter, even with queer culture. It doesn't work that way. Of course, it's going to be based off of what you see presented to you first. But then, like Bree is saying, other people are also saying, there's a difference between presentation of the physical and then what you're not presenting that is intrapersonal. What you might be presenting external, yeah, everyone's going to do that. It's that internal of what's not being said, that have people concerned. Because it's not to say just because a person, and I'm gonna just say this and I'm gonna just be quiet. It's not to say just because a brother or a sister go out their way to physically present their best self that they're gonna withhold who they really are. But unfortunately, it can vary more oftentimes than not that people are showing you physically something that is internally not present. And I'm gonna mute.
I got you, brother. Logic, go ahead, bro.
I feel like things have been moved all around. I remember when I made the point yesterday, I wasn't even though I talked about approach, I meant the approach and the whole interaction. As in, I'm going to make it more specific. The approach, the interaction. Hi, my name is. I want your number. They all loud in the background. Once again, they fighting again. Oh, what's my name? What's my name? Give me 2.5 seconds.
All right, brother, go ahead. I want him to get his point off, but yeah, I'll just wait.
You can go ahead, Marcus. What up, bro?
Marcus, how you doing, man? I was about Marcus, you there, bro?
Can you hear me? My bad. I got
now
some
we
service.
can hear you.
Yeah, you all good.
We have a delay.
What's up? What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing? Shout out to y'all.
We are, man. Me and Wally in another stream, but I wanted to come up to
go ahead.
Support.
Go ahead.
No, go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, let Logic finish his point.
Go ahead, Logic. Yeah.
Okay, so when I talked about the point, exactly when I brought it up, I said approach, but I meant the whole process. The approach, the interaction. Hi, my name is da 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 da, and then the decision whether the person is going to say yes or no, and then bam, that part right after the yes or no. That's what I was referring to. It was the response to that to that rejection, and then we moved over to the actual approach. And I think it's quite safe to say that yes, if you're probably not as confident, then yes, you can probably become more confident next time. Yada yada yada. I can agree with you on that when it comes down to yellow pill. Now I think one of the issues that come into effect is that I think sometimes dudes, and I'm gonna say women too, dudes and women, they try to they bump it up too much to the point that they're not being their authentic selves. They're not being their authentic selves. Okay. And so now you done got this person, you got with this person, and now the person that they met is completely different. Because like you said, we all come with our representative, but it's a distinction between your representative, and it should be a small distinction between the representative and the person that you really are. But however, I think sometimes too that it's like a huge difference between your representative and the person that you really are. And so a lot of times too, you may put on this big giant presentation to attract this woman that just might be freaking toxic. Because another thing as well, even though I'm here having this conversation with you guys, I also talk to my friends as well. I used to always talk to my friend. I'd be like, girl, what is with you and these toxic behind dudes? I said, you need to give this term loosely, good guys a chance. And you know what happened? She said, you know what? I'm going to do it. And when she did it, she's in love right now. So I think a lot of times too is that
this should say 16 hours. I guess
it's how far that you go along with it to make a huge distinction between who you really are and your representative.
16 hours?
Oh, okay. I got what Logic said. I think the thing for me is like, damn it. Bree's sister, I know you're not being mean, and I read what you said. I do agree. Respect the first no. I think the average black man should understand because the difference between a nigga and a black man. So let me get that correct. Niggas will not understand no. Black man will understand no. Maybe that'll help. So I just want to answer that part. But just approach is key. I made a whole stream about that with the brothers on about the experiences with ladies, like how they approached them, and what that was the vibe, energy like, and did either you get turned? Did she get to turn off from you, or did you get turned off from her through the exchange? And was that the end of it? And did you walk away? And a couple of them told me like, yeah, I walked away. I didn't think anything. I didn't think anything of it except for the experience that I know is that either the energy's there or it's not, or either they're vibing with you, they're not, or if it's just like you feel like this, or this is really damn not docile, just dark to say. Either they didn't give a damn and speak to you, and they were just kind of nodding their head. And it was just like, more often than not, you'll get cases like with dudes like that. Well, I'm wasting my time, so let me just go on. And even though some ladies in some situations will be like, you know, he was nice. Maybe I'll give him my number, shit like that. Or be other times, well, he, you know, this motherfucker ain't for me, so let me go into the next dude, trying to get a free drink and some shit. Like, you know, like I said, most of these girls be telling me some of this shit half the time. So I'm getting that it's warranted. It's just, like I said, I think it's just a matter of coming down and understanding and really just being on your P's and Q's and reading signals. Like, I know everybody can't read signs like me. I don't expect everybody fucking to do that. That's why I haven't had any trouble or any things or any like altercations of having problems like that. It was just more so just because I know how to read people a little bit. And it's just like, okay, not feeling it. Let's just go on. Got it. So, I mean, you know, like I said, everybody's different. If you can't, well, then you can't. I suggest you get some skills in it or, hey, man, do something. But when she says no, just dip. Or if you tell her no, she should dip. I will definitely say that too. So, because you can say no to, just walk away. Do it respectfully, and nobody ends up being angry at the other party at the end of the day. And Logic, I know you're shaking your head, but that's very rare where both actually do walk out, like not trying to hate each other. That's why I said rarely in a club would you get that sometimes. It'll just be like, all right, somehow just leave and walk. But that's all I gotta say. Marcus, did you want to say something, brother?
Yeah, I was watching earlier the panel, so I was remember you guys were talking about like, I thought this was like about Derek Jackson or some shit in the thumbnail.
Yo, Don Q just texted me, but like, what was this stream about?
Yeah, but we were talking about like I guess we were talking about Mandrell, and I guess because if a person has a viewpoint on a topic, by definition, you have to maybe, it's what it sounded like coming from Logic specifically. You have to crucify them with somebody and subjectify them just because at one moment they look at it this way or they said certain things. And I get it. You're going to say, you hold on to what you say, right? But at the same time, just because you don't like it or don't agree with it, doesn't technically mean that person in a way shouldn't be thrown stones at, if you get what I'm saying. You know, there's times where Mandrell has been on different panels, different channels, and he doesn't agree with the majority. No, I believe you should always be doing that shit. Because by definition, if you're always going to be saying yes and yes and yes, then by definition, you're a yes man all the time. I'm not saying it's going to be less or good or right or wrong, but it makes you different. Just like people want to accept you, Logic, for being different, you can't always hold a burden of performance on somebody or put the weight on the shoulders on somebody just because you don't like what they said or made you feel a certain way. That's not right either. Remember, there's a saying, the gall and the nerve of people to do that and put that on somebody. That's the issue. That's the issue that I think people have sometimes when they're listening to you, Logic, and that's people on the outside looking in respectfully. And I come in here respectfully because I never disrespected you like that, nor will I ever. But at the same time, that even want people to listen to your perspective and look at you and try to understand where you're coming from, try to understand where maybe Mandrell's coming from, because you and me both do it, where we watch from afar without even typing in the chat sometimes. And there are times where Mandrell, like he said, he's pushed against the group. He disagreed with the group, just like I've disagreed with the group sometimes. Just like they've come at me, they've come at Mandrell. They laugh at maybe the jokes that we make, or they make jokes of us or whatever. But it is what it is. Remember, and that's what happened Saturday too. Remember that, because as much as I was trying to understand where you were coming from, you were trying to paint a little, you know, I hate to say it, but a narrative where if a person were to somehow reject you, that somehow that's part of the patriarchy or that's homophobic or something like that. Come on now. Like we can have our limitations, our boundaries and preferences. No one is entitled to have us. That's what it sounded like. And I could be wrong. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not beyond reproach. I'm not beyond any of that. And you know that, hey, I've never had no ill will, nothing like that. This is Yella's channel. I know Jay. We work together. Yella, Mr. IG, I never met him, but nice to meet you.
It's my first time meeting IG too, by the way.
Yeah, and our Logic, like I said, bro, you know, there is a thing that we can have, and that's a difference of opinions and perspectives. And maybe you may not like it, disagree. I may not like half the shit that the manosphere says or understand or agree with it, but hey, that's what makes us different.
Yeah,
So
I tried to get to the reaction. I'm gonna get back to it in a second because we was up here. I did want to hear that reaction to the reaction. But y'all go ahead. I give you a few more minutes. Plus, also, let me get this here real quick. Y'all stick around after this. 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern. We're gonna be transitioning right into another interview. We got Mike Valentine, Atlas J Horn, and Jackson Stampede Larkin. Y'all get ready, man. January. Hold on, let me bring up the graphic. You know what I'm saying? January 21st, 2003. We will be back with C3 Ultimate Wrestling Press Start 2. I will be doing commentary again, so that'll be cool. We'll be live, probably on YouTube and Twitch. I think we'll be live on YouTube and Twitch. So make sure y'all come through and check us out, man. We will be live tonight at 7 Central, 8 Eastern. So I'm not even gonna kill this live. So we're gonna transition right on over to that. But man, y'all make sure y'all come through for that. That's finna be good, man. If y'all was here last time, y'all know about Jackson Larkin. So you know what I'm saying. It's gonna be a real one. But you go ahead, Larkin.
Okay, so I wanted to make it clear that between the reason why I got on Mandrell is because he sat there, but the thing about it is that when he did engage, he engaged with the BS. And the only time he probably did something was like, yeah, I don't agree. While the whole entire panel was talking about her not being married, talking about her just only being engaged, talking about her being cheated on. And then on top of that, I realized what Mandrell, I think his timing is off. Is that they were talking about her being cheated on, and then the insertion of her looks as if that's a justification for being cheated on. So what about that shows me that okay, you know what? I think that you don't agree with that if you're in on the bullshit. Like, what about that?
I mean, like I said, you don't have to like it. You don't have to agree with Mandrell's perspective. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes. And the thing about it as well is that there's a distinction between, because here's the thing, all of this rhetoric, whether we like it or not, contribute to different power systems. That's the reason why I speak up against it. And this is what I always go back to this. When you understand stuff on a systemic level, which means you understand the way that people view things, you understand the way that people operate, you understand a different language that's used as triggering language that contributes to the stuff that we see today. So yes, you're going to have to speak up against it, especially if you're making this stance that I don't agree with that. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if people are going to be different, I get you. But at the same time, should we always have to throw stones at somebody and subjectify them in a certain way as well?
If it's oppressive, then yes, the same way we throw stones at white people for being racist. The same way we like with misogynistic language, we're gonna throw stones because you're not expressing your differences because it's different. You're expressing your differences for power and to be oppressive over another subgroup. So yes, we're gonna throw stones because you're trying to have access to something that the white man told us to have access to, which is power, and not to love each other.
Well, this is where I disagree with you then, because I'll give you a little pushback. I don't believe that just because you're part of a certain ethnic group, that by definition you're racist. That's just my opinion of it, because I've had my experiences with different cultures. And remember, different cultures is obviously plural. So that means no matter where you go, your tribe, the way you do things, your customs are different. If Jay knows this about anybody, he talks about Japanese culture all the time. And they're different, and there's something that they be commended about when they do, how they do things in this perspective. There's something that maybe black people do that's respectful too as well, that you understand their communities are different. Hispanic communities are different. All right, your vibe attracts your tribe. That's what Bolo TV says. And, you know, hey, man, if that's what you think, then that's what you think. I disagree with it. I think you're wrong about that. But there's a difference between being past ancestors and current. And I can't put the weight and the burden of performance and shoulders on somebody for what someone did in the past, because that's what actions and choices is what matters. That's what affects with your character. That's the difference on that.
Wait, elaborate on that. You said the whole thing about past ancestors and these ancestors now, something like that.
Oh no, well the past people, right? Like the grandfathers or the great grandfathers that made the wrong choices. It's different than the people who are now, who are the grandchildren. Big difference, right? Because every person, I believe, has a chance when they start life, they can make a positive out of it or a negative out of it. That's just my opinion, and like you can disagree with it still, but you know, it is what it is. It's fine. I'm not gonna. I don't have to like subjectify somebody for that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm about to push back. No shade. It's just this. Yeah, it's just because I'm trying to like whatever. Is that yes, your grandfathers operated differently, but however, it's still under the exact same. And I think a lot of times when I say patriarchy, I think you guys just mean patriarchy as a whole, the toxicity of patriarchy, which goes by the entitlement.
The toxic section.
The toxicity of it. And this what goes back to the language. When, yes, you may not be the one acting exactly like your grandfathers, because my grandfather was told to beat his wife to keep her in line. and guess what the language he had associated with that? I'm the leader. I'm the head of household. I'm this. I'm that. You cook. You clean. You can't do what I do. But a lot of that language, even though you guys don't put your hands on women, a lot of that language was present yesterday. And this is why I say you have to understand stuff from a systemic aspect, because then you start to identify language, which also goes to why when sometimes like when people speak, I'm like, okay, what do you mean by that? Expound on that. Because I want you to go down that rabbit hole. I want you to get into the nooks and crevices of it and explain it. Because a lot of times we say things and we don't really explain it fully or really get down to, okay, so where do you get that from? Why do you feel this way? Because everything up under the sun comes from a system, whether we like it or not. There's no such thing as a quote unquote free thinker. The same way we have the toxicity of patriarchy, we also have feminism, which is a response to patriarchy. The same way we have heterosexual people, then for the response, we have transgenders, their movement. We have LGBT, their movement. Everything up under the sun is not new. But at the same time, everything up under the sun can be explained. You actually get down to the core and the root of things. That's it.
All right. Now, Marcus, actually don't want to touch up something you said just to add up to more to logic.
Yeah.
Okay, logic. The thing is for me, and Marcus, you really hit it at home, brother. I will. You know what? Well, fuck it. I will do a stream tonight. I do need to do it on understanding. That's what the topic is going to be. Trying to really, it needs to be that.
Arshawn
coming in 30 to stand up for men, laugh out loud. Marcus and Reckless about to get it. What?
That ain't toxic masculinity. I don't know what is.
What the hell did they do? Arshawn, I'm curious. I'm just curious. But hey man, I really hope you're trolling. Because I'm trying to think I think he's just trolling being funny. I've talked to Arshawn. But no, my thing is, this is just me. Oh, damn it. Just trying to condense this. No, I'm trying to. No, please believe there's a lot of shit. That's why I'm trying to condense it all in like 4 sentences. So my thing is, as much as I understand where logic is coming from in the sense of like we're gonna try and get to the bare bone root of all this shit. I get that. But also I've always said I won't hold anything against you or use it as like bait or trigger click to like say that about you as about like you're a terrible person or something like that. I'm not gonna do that because for me the goal and the objective is to be a better person nowadays and trying to understand. Like I said, conversations to me have always been about understanding. Like they should bring about understanding. They should bring about you coming forward or you be able to pull take your fucking earplugs out of your fucking ear, which I ain't got on right now, and actually hear the person speak. All in all, joke aside, but for me, I'm trying to like I said, I like to come in conversations not knowing some shit because this makes me not be blind and biased on my end. Now I'll defend a few things Of course, like I said, because my grandmother's teachings are still apparently in me, which is why which I don't believe her rhetoric was wrong. I'm trying to understand people.
Mm-hmm.
Even as a man, you have to carry some things, but you should be able to open up the idea to understand someone, even your significant other. That's what she told me. She didn't tell me to beat her. She just told me to try to understand.
Mm-hmm.
If you can do that. Because the thing is, because I've always said, when you try to push an agenda to the point where you're blind, you shut down all lines of communication. And the thing is, if that person is trying to hear you, like really hear you, I'm not trying to think about, what's my next rebuttal going to be? No, I'm actually trying to hear you, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest, and I tell people, if you just want a constant echo chamber, which by the way, me, there have been plenty of times where me and Marcus said, fuck the manosphere multiple times. We've said that. Night Talk has said that, where he doesn't agree with that rhetoric. Now, because the thing is, I want nothing to do with those niggas because they on some other shit. And trust me, it's not good rhetoric I would want my son, if I ever had a son, to listen to. But the thing I always come back to is we want to push out what's going on in the world. Nothing wrong with that. We want everyone to hear us out. Nothing wrong with that. The thing is, let them listen to you, and then let their minds marinate after what you've told them. But just make sure you're not trying to plug something in there. And my thing is, like, just be genuine and not try to, like, you know what I'm trying to say? Not put a battery in your back. Because I don't want to do that to any of y'all. If I tell y'all something, I just put a battery in Logic's back. What I just said. Now it comes off crooked. Like, Jay, you pushing something? The fuck? And Marcus hit me up. What you doing? And I'm like, well, what do you mean? What am I doing? You said some shit that sounded very crooked. What are you doing? And Marcus has a right to come at me like that because he saw the bullshit, or he saw me pushing something on somebody who was just trying to get some understanding. And the thing is, I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to discount your mind, or you trying to like not want to receive information, knowledge, and things of that quote unquote nature. Because like I said, because I think I'm not infallible to being wrong about some shit. Like, for example, Logic, I'm not going to say my LGBT friends. I'm not saying they wrong. Hear me? I am never saying they wrong, because what they experienced is what they've experienced, and I'm not going to take away from that because I wasn't there. All I can do is take your word for it and believe it through I Drop Liquid and freaking your words. That's all I can go off of. That's all I can go off. And because you're my friend, I love you and I trust you. That's the freaking cherry on top for me. That's all I need to know. Unless new information arrives to discredit that, or that you're something that you didn't want to tell me.
Oh shit! The midget's in the panel. Midget's on the panel.
Yeah, I know he's on the panel, but screw him. I'm talking. but that's really what I'm trying to get across to Logic right now. Because if I ever did have you, well, first of all, you're welcome to cover my channel anytime. I don't give a damn personally. Because like I said, no one is excluded there. I don't care from what community is. For me, you're welcome to come on anytime. It just, I will have to make a stream about this, particularly, people within that community more often than not, and just you getting your word out and you talking. Because guess what? What I'm gonna do is just gonna be you, me, and maybe Conscious. You can have Conscious on there too. It's just gonna be me up there, and I want y'all to educate me on some shit that I don't know. Y'all can do that, and I'm gonna take information. Y'all can do it.
And here's the thing, like, because I've actually heard that a plethora of times as well too, is that people saying that me and Country weren't listening, and I think from the aspect of is that, except for Bree, she kind of got the concept of what was going on.
Yeah,
is that every single time we said something, and even we'll ask you guys a question, you guys will bring up your concern. We wanted you guys to notice that it was pointing back to the exact same thing. And that's the reason why I brought up Kanye. You complain about a system, but yet you're also engaging in the exact same system that's giving you those issues. And the thing about it is that, yes, listening to understand would very, very much be very well recommended. But if you actually paid attention during the live, there's a plethora of times I was speaking, and then I'll get done speaking, and then someone asked me the exact same question that I literally just answered. But of course, I probably was talked over. My mic went out, but then it had to say it over and over and over and over and over and over, and it's over. It's like they're saying we're not listening. I'm like, I would just ask the question, And I literally just answered it.
So, so Logic, what are we talking about?
We're talking about the review about the panel yesterday.
What about the panel? I mean, I thought the conversation was good. You're talking about the panel I was on?
Yeah, no, we were talking about the panel yesterday about the transactions that happened.
Yeah,
and they asked me why did you.
Yeah. We was actually, what up, Mandrell? I was actually trying to react to Bree and our shot.
We're talking about the reaction to the reaction to the reaction.
Yeah, it's a reaction. It's a reaction deception.
So what are you so Logic? What are you so salty about?
I'm not salty.
Okay, ain't nobody coming. Ain't nobody coming for you.
I'm not salty. Right. I was just explaining my stance, especially since now it was not as chaotic that it was yesterday. I was explaining my stance of why I came up and why I was like, okay, let me ask Mandrell certain things. Let's talk about this, or I addressed it. Is because
you were a little salty, Logic. Let's be honest. You were a little bit for what he said. That's what you would. That's the basic gist of it, because that's what your pushback was when Mandrell gave his opinion and what he was agreeing with the group.
Okay, so
my opinion about what exactly?
Okay, so the thing. Okay, so let me address the salty thing first. The salty thing is that especially once you guys really get to know me, what really irks my soul is that when I feel like, especially if you watch me on Conscious, I say this all the time. I do not like it when we always enter conversations trying to say something for an ooh, an ah, and a round of applause. And I feel like a lot of times when we enter conversations, a lot of people aren't honest. And I felt like when I first met Mandrell, I was like, okay for you, Mandrell. Okay, cool. And then when I seen him on that panel, I was like, hold up. That was a completely different thing. And then not only that, another panel had came with Yellow Pill, and I remember the other young lady, I forgot her name. She came up, she asked you about it. Remember, I came up, I was like, I was going to ask you about that, but I wasn't sure. And so you reassured me. You said, okay, cool. You know, it's nothing to worry about. Cool. And then the Nia Long panel came up, and then that's when I seen it. I was like, hold up now. Now I met you like this. You was cool on Yellow Pill. Then I seen you on this panel. It was kind of giving like kind of blurring the lines, and so I was gonna ask you about it. The lady came and she asked you about it. You reassured. He says nothing. You know, it's nothing like that. And then I see you on the Nia Long panel, and I'm having the same thing. So I need to address, we need to talk about it.
Oh yeah, so you had the conversation.
It was blurring the line.
Well, the thing is, you did the right thing by first of all, you ask questions as opposed to just labeling me whatever, which is what most people do. You know what I'm saying? I was labeled a woman hater when I first showed up on YouTube, and I was like, no, when you're wrong, you're wrong. If these are people don't listen carefully. You know, I'll explain, like, okay, if a woman is doing these things, she's dead wrong for that. You said all women did this. No, I said if a woman is doing these things, you're wrong. I didn't say all women do this. You know what I'm saying? That people don't listen for context. That's what I appreciate. That's why you and I and Conscious and whoever can sit down and have a conversation. Like Jay's asked me, like when I first showed up, Jay would confront me and ask me questions. I'm like, and I just sit there and talk to him and answer his questions. And then from then on, he watched like, oh, okay, Mandrell, I get it. I get you now. And Jay Takashi and I have never had to have another conversation. He like understands when he watches me talk. He get like after that one conversation when I explained myself, he totally got it from that moment on. Yeah, and again, like I said, he's never had to ask me another question. You know what I'm saying? Because he now knows what context and what lens I'm speaking through. You know, that's what. So like the whole Nia Long thing, I was like, but bro, I didn't really say anything. I said if this was going on, then she's wrong for this. If he's doing this, he's wrong for that. You know, and I was like, the rest of it, I just let them talk. And I think you were kind of upset with me for just letting them talk, but I'm like, what else am I supposed to do?
No, it's more to that. No, like, and that's the thing.
I was like, what else is I supposed to do? That's how they see it.
It's more to that, and that's why I'm glad it's not as chaotic, because I feel like it always gets lost in translation. Is the fact that okay, you didn't say nothing, and then when you finally kind of did say something, you were going in on her looks. It was the whole thing of, and then on top of that, keep in context, the looks was in tandem to the cheating allegations, and just about on a subconscious level, it was very subtly them saying that it was justified for him to cheat because she didn't look like the girl from Friday. And so it was like, okay, you didn't say nothing on top. When you did say something, you was in with the BS. So I'm like, okay, I met you like this. You sat on Yellow Pill. You said you was real cool. Then I saw you on the other panel. It was blurring the line. Then a lady came up. She asked you on Yellow Pill. You said, it's nothing to worry about. And then on top of it, when I just seen this panel again, I'm like, okay, we need to have a conversation about this. Because I'm like, it's like I'm taking your word for it. So I'm coming out, okay, what's up? Which is another reason why I even continue to go back to that network.
I remember that. Yeah, I had to. That's why I explained to you, like, now that part, that was kind of a joke. That was tongue in cheek.
Yeah,
if you're married to
barbershop.
That was tongue in cheek, and we do joke here. We do throw jokes in. It's not all a serious conversation, and then plus we'll be talking about Nia Long, right? Somehow, some way, me and Mr. Bennett start talking about boxing. I'm joking about, and then in the middle of that, I'll switch to talking shit to Marcus about being a Mexican. You know what I'm saying? And then somehow in the middle of me and Marcus going back and forth with the jokes, we'll talk about fucking food or something like that. Food. Yeah, we'll talk about something serious like the guy from the Migos getting shot. Then we'll move to something silly and just have. Then we start talking about music, and then we'll start playing music, talking about the songs and stuff like that. Right? It turns into a rabbit hole sometimes. So, like, with that, you have to filter out what's jokes and what's not. I'm not sure. No one actually believes crazy shit like that. That's what I tell people. Like, when I say silly stuff like that, who actually walks around thinking that way? Like, who walks around thinking that way? I'm like,
very small amount.
Logic want to say something.
I guess because I feel what's that in Montreal's IG? I guess just having a conversation, and I know I get in the context of you joking, but I guess because there's some truth to jokes, and some people they do actually think that, though. Not to say that how they took the context of what you're saying, but I guess in some realities, it is that people really are cheating or going out on their relationship, male and female, based off a physical appearance of how something changed. I guess because even though you're joking, there's some true nuance to that. I guess when some people might hear that in that context, because that's very much real, a true thing. Because obviously, he didn't. Your boy Amame, whatever the fuck his name is, he didn't go find somebody who looked exactly like Nia Long. He did went and got something. Not to say, it's not to say she don't look. I'm not saying anything about her looks or to like downplay her looks. I'm just saying the truth of that in that joke is, well, it did have something to do with it being a different woman altogether, and and basically how she looks. Especially because how the context of the conversation. I think that's the only thing for some people. It can be triggering because there's some truth in the joke. You feel me? That's all.
Yeah, and I get it. Like the second he brought it up and he asked me about it, I knew exactly what happened. He felt he had a certain type of way about me joking about that. Number one, he wasn't clear if I was joking or serious, so I had to clear that up. That's number one. Number two, the joke just didn't land with him, and that's just with logic. You know what I'm saying? And if it didn't land with him, it means it didn't land with a lot of other people too. So I took with Logic's criticism in context. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not insulted by criticism. I welcome it. I want to know what I'm doing wrong if I'm up here. So he saw something, and now I've thought about. And the thing is, I've thought about it, and adjustments will be made. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm of the mind that I'm like, I get up here, even when I do my show, I honestly don't think people want to hear what I have to say. I really don't. I'll be on these panels and I'm like, people don't care what I'm saying. They don't listen to me.
I was only with us listen to your security boss, bro.
Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, right? Like if I go,
them ladies was crazy.
Yeah, right. It's like
I'm gonna defend them on that because it's like they couldn't hear what he was saying. Like I hear what Logic speaks, I hear what Logic's saying. When Mandro is just like, yo, it's like, are y'all like, I hear out your ass?
The world,
right? Like
I'll be taking that serious. We want to relax and just breathe a little. Like it's fun to have.
Right, jokes. like Jay just said, I'll go with security boss. There's times when I'm on her panel or Sir Hill's panel, I will say something, right? and then someone would come directly behind me and say the same exact thing. And they're just like, oh, he cooking. Oh, he preaching. I'm just like, I said that and y'all told me to shut up. I said the same thing. I'm like, no one's listening to me. So I'm like,
is it my voice?
Right. So it's like, what the hell's going on here?
I'm going to tell you another factor.
And then it happened 3 or 4 times each show. It happened 3 or 4 times to me in that one live. I was like, wait, what?
I'm going to tell you another factor. It's also the space that you're in as well, because of the simple fact that I've actually been over in that space. I've like checked it out. I kind of see what the politics looking like. I kind of see what the audience is. And when you have an audience full of toxic, even though everybody up here may be healthy, when you have an audience full of toxic ass niggas and pick me as women, you can't. I'm sorry, you can't make jokes like that. It's like no, like, but honestly, it's the same way. Like, you know, the joke you made yesterday about, oh, all the gays may have the apartment in Dallas. Even I know you're joking. I know your sense of humor, but to make that joke and just so happen in a homophobic space, that's dangerous.
Yeah,
and so it's the context and everything. Is like a bruh.
Can you elaborate how the definition of dangerous?
I get what he's saying, Marcus. I get what he's saying.
I get exactly what he's saying.
Yeah, if you give me a second to respond to him, the thing is, what he said there really did strike. It really hit me, because when he's talking about the space that I'm in when I'm talking and how dangerous it is, I understand where he's going with that, because even though people rock with me. Because I'll come here and I'll tell you here, this is what I honestly think about this subject. This is what I honestly think about that subject. Even Arshawn and Yella both, I've talked to them. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, here's what I think about these subjects. They're like, oh, but wait. If this is what you think, why are you in this space and that space and in these other spaces where they don't believe that? I said, well, I mean, my point of view is like in contrast to theirs. You know what I'm saying? You can't have an echo chamber.
Well, before you keep going on, Mandrell, can I ask you personally then? Since you've been around certain men in those spaces that are considered toxic.
Go ahead.
Do you think Paul Bennett is toxic?
Absolutely not. He's one of the most level-headed people.
Okay, thank you. So would Sir Hale be considered toxic? Because I know you were on his panel last night.
I wouldn't say Sir Hale's toxic. No, I don't agree with everything he says.
Yeah, right. That's okay. We can always disagree, but are they technically considered quote unquote toxic?
Can't ask him that.
No, he's not.
You can't, and that's the thing. You can't ask another man that question. You have to ask women that question. It's like a white person to ask another white person. Oh,
but by definition, they're married though.
He said, "Am I toxic?"
But they're married, so technically, then by definition, they're not then toxic again, right?
But the point, and that's why I said, so this is why I keep referencing also.
Yes, the patriarchy got him.
The devil is a lie.
You will not keep talking against men up here. That's not what's about to happen.
The devil is a lie.
I'm not saying you can't have a criticism, but I'm saying, well, like he said too, if someone's gonna say it's a dangerous label to quote unquote talk about people getting certain apartments of a certain preference, then isn't it dangerous to put a label so quickly on somebody and consider them quote unquote toxic? Because that's the spaces that Logic was talking about when Mandrell was on. I mean, I don't agree with everybody that Mandrell might be on the panel with, but I'm not gonna throw the shade of, oh, he's toxic. Depends on what they say and how they act, their actions or characters. Yeah, that's when I'll label it might be toxic.
Right. It depends
like if there's a person on a panel saying, I'm gonna hit motherfuckers and I want to make their mouths bleed, I may not want to always hang out with that person. That's just
exactly.
I may not always want to hang out with that person. I get you. That's toxic. That's not healthy.
I want to trip with that nigga.
Yeah,
Mandrell knows who I'm talking about.
I know who he's talking about. I know exactly who he's talking about. So, it's like, yeah, that's why that platform I totally left. Thank you. He's back. God is good. He came back. Okay.
That God does not sound toxic masculine at all. That God gave you grace.
Right. Like me, masculinity is not toxic. And I think I'm thinking about doing a show Wednesday on masculinity and manhood. And trying to put some kind of a definition on it for people. That's the attempt anyway.
You dropped again?
Is his internet bad?
All right.
I know it's not yellow because I was like, you just surprised.
Oh no, yellow clicking and stuff like that. And he looks in and look around. I'm like,
he was trying to jump in to steer the conversation, but everybody keeps over talking him. What's going on, yo?
I'll tell him to come back.
I'm trying to get our shine in real quick because I know last time he tried to get in on the whole conversation.
I really got to figure out how he put the light on and split himself. You got to tell me how he's doing this shit.
And we couldn't react to the reaction.
Come back.
The reaction.
My thinking.
There we go.
What you know about that?
Okay. So what I was saying is that. Okay. So what I was saying is that you're asking Mandrell, who already has a privilege, which makes a blind spot for a lot of experiences. So a lot of the rhetoric he probably wouldn't be able to identify. So you're asking Mandrell if that space is toxic. Yes, he may be more healthy, but like he said himself, he likes to ask questions to get a better understanding on situations. Compared to you asking Bree, is that space toxic? Who misogyny, patriarchy, who will most definitely be affected by the toxicity of those systems? You have to ask her that question. And so, of course, Mandrell gonna be like, yeah, it's not completely toxic because he like patriarchy doesn't affect him the same way it affects women.
Mandrell, don't I affect you the same way I affect women? I affect you the exact same way, don't I?
But yeah, like it doesn't affect
now
him.
He wants to mute up. Now he wants to.
Wait, man.
Like,
who's muted?
What's it going?
Go ahead, Logic.
Okay, so like, and this is what I meant when I said when you understand stuff on a systemic and a historical context. That's also not only do men believe in a toxic patriarchal system, women do too. So a lot of times, women.
Man, you okay, Yellow?
So this actually goes back to the whole.
Okay.
So this goes back to what I said in the previous live. Well, one yesterday, but in the very beginning. I'll be right back.
It's all good.
Man, let me jump in real quick, man, because I really want to get at Reckless, man, because I really think he's capping right now. No, you cannot keep going to the person who finds fault in everything in life to find the toxicity. Yes, if you ask a woman, they're going to find toxicity everywhere. They're going to find a problem in everything. Everything's a problem. Now, true enough, Mandrell's not a good gauge at all either, because he finds toxicity nowhere. He could crawl face down in the toxic ooze and come out smiling on the other side. He's not a good gauge either. What you need is somebody that's balanced, somebody who sees both sides, like me, for instance, who can see both ends of the spectrum. I can tell you better what's toxic, because if you ask somebody who's steeped in feminism, everything that's slightly masculine is going to be toxic. If you talk to anybody in the manosphere, anything that's slightly feminine is going to be toxic. So what you need is somebody balanced who has a neutral position, because no, asking a feminist what's toxic is not toxic to me. Well, there's no universal toxicity because we all live in different ends of the pool with different pH balances. So there's no one single toxicity. The snake carries venom. A snake carries venom that'll kill me, but it doesn't kill the snake. So we gotta be. There's a relativism to toxicity, and trying to make everything the feminist worldview is a problem. The same way the patriarchy was a problem.
It's not.
I agree with Arshawn. I agree with that.
And for the record, I'm not a person who doesn't see toxicity anywhere. I see toxicity, especially in this manosphere space. Oh yeah, I see lots of toxicity. The thing is, I see, Arshawn, here's where your confusion is. I let people be toxic. I don't say shit. You know what I'm saying? Unless they're all the way like 100%. If it's to the point where it's dangerous, where like if you look at, I'll call names out. You look at Fight Club, for instance, right? Look at that work of art. What a brilliant work of art that is.
That's such a masterpiece.
A masterpiece. Mwah. So much mind-numbing idiocy.
I'm surprised.
Oh my God. Talk about the blind leading the blind. Listen, I would go up there, and these people are so wrong. They have other men thinking the crazy shit that they think. And they think they're right. I'll go up there. You're wrong. And people talking up. Look, logic wouldn't last 10 seconds. People talking over each other, and they'll ask you a question or make a statement, and then demand that you answer. But that same person is talking over you as you answer the question, so he doesn't get anything out of it. You know what I mean? Then when everyone's silent, you then answer the question then, and it is the most logical thing, and you put it in the most simple Simon Teletubby way. So to make sure they comprehend it. No. You can these niggas say grass is red. You're like, no, grass is green because you can see it. One time when I was out there and we had to burn the grass to make it for fertilizer. And it was all different kind of, it wasn't different kind of colors. It was red. No, that was the fire that was that color. No. Listen, it's like that over there. Okay? Stupid. So yeah, that's toxicity. And I recommend no one go there. Like I'm sure Marcus have heard me tell people, stay away from Fight Club. Marcus heard me tell people that time and time again, stay away from Fight Club. Don't ever go there.
I have a question.
It's not for everybody.
Can someone explain?
I just let them be toxic though, Arshawn. That's my thing.
What was that logic?
I have a question. Can someone explain this whole feminism thing to me?
What? Oh, feminism.
Well, there's toxic modern feminism.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. What you mean? Logic, you don't know what feminism is?
No, I'm trying to go down a rabbit hole. Can someone explain feminism and like your perspective on, because like he said, modern feminism and etc.
And one thing I like also I do want to know that too. Just like, are we talking about, like how y'all say, regular average dude stuff? Are we talking about regular feminine women who aren't feminists? Are you only referring that to, I guess, the response to women who are feminists? Or is it just women in general who are asking these questions?
Well, there's like the original wave, right? That started back in the 60s with the hippies and stuff, with like, especially white women, because our logic is talking about white women. Oh, shit, I'm just kidding. But there's that original wave, and then it transcended back into later times, which is like second wave, and then the third wave, because like the 80s changed, 90s changed things, then the 2000s to the 2010s. Now we're in 2022, about to be 2023. So that's we're talking about the modern, more radical, extremists, because like Arshawn said, right, the opposing sides, right? There's the feminist side. Then there's the healthy feminists who are more about equality for both genders. And then there's the more radical extreme feminism that you see on YouTube videos, or going at City Hall and, blue hair and saying, oh, let my blue hair freak black fly, and, and having the affirmative action of it and shit. And I get it. Affirmative action is one of the things that feminism has done lately, which was, hey, it was supposed to be about equal opportunity, but now they want to be entitled to equal outcome. And that's not how I don't believe it should work. It has to come down to, hey, what qualifies you as a resume? Do you have your tangibles? Do you have the skill set? Do you have the experience? And then you also involve the court system. You have the spouse support. You have benefits more for women when it comes to funding from the government. That's not even the court system at all, even. And then you have it's tough. It's more to it. Maybe we can have more of a different detail, like stream if he's gonna, because I know Yellow's been on for a while, but if you want to have that conversation more in depth.
One thing I noticed is that you broke every single female category down to feminism. I don't. Just based off of what I heard, because you said
well, no, I'm only referencing those because those are the things that like are always pushed upon and marching on and fighting for, and maybe like you see on the news or you see in person when it comes to a march or something, when it comes to the women rallying up together, which like I said, there's nothing wrong with protesting or marching or nothing. That's part of your rights if you want to do that. But if that's what you want to break it down to, there like I said, there's things that maybe they're maybe still fighting for that they think are maybe inequality is. But from my perspective, it just looks like, you know, I think everybody has a fair shot, but not everybody's entitled to a fair outcome. And it's going to come down to performance, skill set, experience, etc.
And okay, so the reason I asked that question is because every time I heard about feminism and all these things, essentially feminism means is that women can have the equal rights just like men. So I'm confused on why this negative connotation comes up when it comes out to feminism.
I'd be happy. I'd be happy
Okay.
because you're actually because of your slant, you're mishearing what's going on. You're not actually asking for equal. You're not asking for equality. What you're asking for is a tipping of the scale to balance out the historic inequity. Because right now, men's perspective is not even investigated. So when we're trying to speak our perspective, on the last panel here on Yellows, it turned into an entire gender studies discussion. Men can't even talk about dating someone unless you understand the patriarchy and all this other stuff. That's impractical. Even now, we tried to re-examine the exact same conversation. It went back into an entire gender studies discourse. What is feminism? We still slide back into the woman-centered point of view as opposed to ever asking, hey, the guy is saying, I have a feeling, I have a thought. Let's examine the guy's feeling and the thought. No, let's back it up. We got to go back into the woman's domain to understand your point of view so that we can contextualize and get all the nuance. No, allow us to have a moment of clarity amongst ourselves. Allow us to have a feeling. Listen and understand and validate us as well, because we're just as human. That would be the feminist perspective of equality, but we're not looked at as a person who's worthy of investigation of our thoughts and feelings. That's where the tipping of the scales happen. We've overextended into the feminine perspective at the negation of whatever the man thinks and feels. That's why men are having a visceral reaction, even though most of them cannot articulate this feeling. They just have an adverse reaction to it. And I see you shaking your head, but all of us can tell you that that's the truth. All the men will say that's our experience, but that's it. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's our experience, and we're not allowed to have it. We're told, no, that's not what's happening. So because you have a different lived experience, you'll gaslight us to try to get us to adopt your view of the world. I have the same problem with pro-blacks. I have my perspective from my lived experience, which actually went through a pro-black phase, and they like, no, you sound like you got paralysis by analysis. You need to go read some Amos Wilson. You need to go read some Francis Cress Wilson. I went through that phase. I read the books. I had Powernomics. I had Know Thyself. I had Shahrazad Ali. I had those books. My perspective broadened beyond a singular focus lens, and nobody from a singular focus will allow for that. You have to see it my way to even have the conversation, and that's where the problem comes in.
I think
bars.
I'm sorry, I can speak to that. That's I think that's my biggest problem since being on YouTube. I'm willing to, and people don't notice it, but when I answer questions or I think about stuff, I do try to imagine myself in these people's shoes and see it from their lens. You know what I'm saying? So my whole goal is to understand. If I can understand you, understand what you're saying, I'm good there. The debate can begin, and I'm willing to change my perspective. If I'm wrong, I'm willing to change. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's the big thing to me. Like no one else is willing to do that. It's crazy. No, you're wrong. I'm like, you're not even gonna listen to why. I don't even know why. You're just wrong, Mandrell. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's for me. That's what the conversation is.
Well, Mandrell, I don't mean to cut you off, but I want to ask something you just said. Our logic is you said before that men should be able to express themselves emotionally, right? So if Mandrell is expressing himself in a laughing manner, joking, isn't that a way of emotionally expressing himself?
You completely missed everything I said.
No, I'm not missing anything you're saying. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to make sure that we can understand both each other's perspectives. Remember, I listened to you when you said that you may not agree with it. Not every joke may land. I may not find everything Mandrell says funny, but if that's his way of expressing himself in a healthy way without abusing somebody in a way of hitting them or hitting himself, like he probably usually does with Play-Doh, but you know, what if that's how he just expresses himself in a way?
You missed the context again. That's why I answered this. It's the setting that he said it in, when he said it, and the way it was delivered. It was all of those factors into one. It wasn't just that he's expressed himself, because to be completely honest, he expressed himself yesterday on the panel when he said, "Oh, all just because the gays have apartments in Dallas, because I know this is a more healthy space." When you go back over there, would you guys agree that this is
how nice are these apartments?
Huh?
How nice are these apartments?
Marcus? What the fuck, Marcus?
And this right here is what I mean. You have to understand, like, keep context about everything I'm saying.
Again, this is a joke, Elijah. It was a joke, you know what I'm saying?
I get it, a joke, but here's the thing: it's a joke for him. That's the thing. Yes, he's the one saying the joke. The same way white people say jokes all the time about black people. We go in an uproar, but they say it's just a joke. You look like a monkey. It's a joke. You dark as shit.
I'm sorry.
Like, but that's the thing. It's like, it's a joke. Of course, it's a joke on your behalf because you're not the butt of the joke. And of course, you can probably take certain jokes because you understand that you don't have no ill intention. But when you take it to account, the context and where it was and with the timing that it happened, it was like, bruh.
Right, you said that. You said that earlier. Sometimes Mandrell's timing is off, like his IQ, but we get it, right?
Yes.
You know, but you know, it's like, hey, man, like I get it. Like you're different, I'm different. Like you it may not land the way it does to you. It may have a different effect on you than it does on me. But you know, like no shade to you. I'm just saying, like maybe that's where Arshawn. It comes back to what Arshawn said. Opposite ends, try to find a balance in the middle, and understanding. So that's basically just it.
But here's the thing, like, how can you be able to completely understand if a lot of the times you guys are not even at least addressing the toxicity within the patriarchy? Because there's a plethora of times I sit on this panel, the same thing over, the same thing over, the same thing over, the same thing over. You ask a question, same thing over. I'll get interrupted, same thing over, same thing over, same thing over. And then you be like, oh, it's not me. Then how can you even understand and get to that middle ground? And keep in mind, too, this is why I said the historical aspect as well. There will be no feminism if patriarchy wasn't toxic. There'll be no extreme feminism if patriarchy, the aspects of patriarchy wasn't toxic. For me, I don't deal with branches. I don't deal with leaves. I deal with the root. And the reason why I kept asking, I'm going to say this again, I keep asking you guys certain questions because I wanted you guys to see all of your complaints, all of the things that you, and let me say this, because maybe I didn't make myself clear because all the chaos, and I understand all of those things. I get it. But I want you guys to understand it all leads back to one place. One place. This toxic, I'm gonna start inserting that. This toxic version of patriarchy. And the only reason I can speak from it as well, because I'm also affected by it as well, including y'all. Y'all spoke about child support and stuff, which is a side effect of the toxic gender roles that come from what? Patriarchy. And so, and this is what I mean is that a lot of times when you guys go to speak, and I try to allow you guys to go down a rabbit hole, And like Arshawn said, you know, when we talk about our experiences and talk, and that's why I try to allow you guys to go down the rabbit hole, because this is what I said earlier. Nothing up under the sun is new. All of our thoughts, opinions, how we think, the way that we move, come from somewhere. You cannot. My thing is this: you will not be able to get rid of something, make something balanced if you haven't if you weren't able to take the tree by the roots. If you cut off a branch, if you cut off some leaves, what happens? It grows back. Cut off a branch, cut off its leaves, it grows back. But when you go to the roots and go to the root of the situation, then you're able to completely get rid of the issues. Like, that's what I'm saying. A lot of things that you guys are saying, I agree with. Okay, that's cool. But go down that rabbit hole. Why do I feel like this? Well, you know, why am I not able to express myself? You know, what's going on? What's going on? And you will eventually see it leads back to somewhere.
Logic.
And the thing about it is that the people that are affected, I'm gonna say this last thing, I'm gonna be quiet. The thing about it is that the people that are affected by it, and like I said on the panel yesterday, different systems, power systems, or whatever, they can be explicit or subtle. And so some of the things you guys may say, it's not toxic, but however, for somebody who lives their life as queer or live their life as a woman, they get affected by that exact same system that you may be referencing, and you may not even know it and understand the nuances of it. That's it.
Yeah, man. I totally understand what you're saying, and it's not that you're wrong. My pushback is the same problem I had with the guy who thought we're having a race war. How does what you're talking about help me right now today? Because the root I'm not going to solve. And if I'm having a problem with the woman that's in front of me, I'm not going to be able to throw a book of gender studies, bell hooks, and tell her the reason you expect me to perform masculinity in this way is because of the patriarchy. And this started in the year such and such a time, and it was perpetuated through the lineage of European, Eurocentric, and and so nobody in real time is going to unpack the patriarchy the same way I told the dude, pro-black dude, about the warfare. If a black guy, because he's like, nah, you can't keep going back to the black people killing black people. I'm like, I can't throw an Amos Brown or Amos Wilson book at him to stop a bullet if I'm getting robbed in my hood. It doesn't care. I can't explain white supremacy to the black guy that's trying to rob me and say, brother, the reason you're trying to rob me is because of intergenerational poverty caused by systemic racism in this country from chattel slavery. Yes, the root is fine, but a lot of us live on the branch. So we can't investigate the root. We can't destroy the root without knocking over the tree that we're in.
We're here. We're
talking about
here. Yes, we're talking about it here. This is the opportunity to get to the root.
Okay, we're talking about it here. But follow where I started. Where I started was if I'm in the real world offline and I'm interfacing with a woman and she's saying I'm not showing up a specific way, a certain version of masculinity, and I'm saying it's because of the patriarchy. She's not going to sit or have patience for me to break down why her specific lens is looking for a specific version of masculinity to show up for her to be satisfied and to feel safe, or why she's looking for a certain. And you can deny that all you want. That's where I wouldn't even. I couldn't.
It's not that.
Go ahead.
No, you good. No, I was saying it's not that.
But it is that.
I'm a mute because I am at your.
But it is that, because all of these gender roles, were you talking about all these gender roles just a second ago that stem from the patriarchy, influence every decision that we make. So where I'm with you is just like I'm with the guy that's at war with white people. The root, everything stems from the root to the trunk, to the branch, to the leaves, to the fruit. All of it starts from that same place. The problem is, the creatures that live up in the branches do not have the opportunity or the time, and there may even be a problem of resources if they're trying to dig down in the root. They may not even be equipped. So we have to talk about where capacity lies. Everybody doesn't have the capacity to investigate white supremacy and patriarchy during their day-to-day conversations and relations in their family or with their boyfriend or on the job. That's not even practical. So what I would need you to do, if you could, walk me through what a practical understanding of this patriarchal system and gender dynamics will look like, even in the situation where I'm having a conversation with my particular woman who I've already met, but we're having an issue because I'm not showing up masculine enough for her. I'm not showing enough assertiveness enough for her. So tell me in that conversation with her how I can explain the patriarchy and how I'm not showing up. And my manifestation of masculinity isn't not archetypal, and that's because of something she needs to know. How can I navigate that conversation?
First, you would navigate the conversation by letting you first off break it down real simple like this, saying that first off, we can't have this one size fits all gender role or one size fits all to a whole vast mass majority of a community that's very diverse, that has various and numerous personalities, that has various and numerous body types, various and numerous ways of presenting themselves, and think that everybody's going to have this robotic thing. This is what I mean. is that when you address the patriarchy, at least you have your understanding. I'm not saying, oh, I'm gonna have to explain everything, but however, and this is what I mean, is you cannot change bad people from coming into the world, but you can change yourself. You can change up how the way that you operate. You can change up and improve yourself. Case in point, I like to keep it on me. Case in point, when I realized that some words that I use are misogynistic, guess what? I stopped using them. I don't say bitch like that no more. I'm still working on it, but I try every day to get better. That's how you will operate with it. Let them know that, hey, yo, this is a community. You're not gonna get this one size fits all. And the same, and I think maybe because I'm always in this space, and I guess you guys don't see me when I go off on the other half as well. Because the exact same speech I give you guys, I also give women as well. Because there was an incident on Conscious TV's panel where there was a guy and he expressed his emotions. He was going off, cussing it all the other stuff. The women, oh my God, you're not supposed to talk to a woman like that. And I said, hold up. You can't do that. You cannot get mad at a man for expressing his emotions, expressing how he feels, and then in different conversations, say these men don't express how they feel. So I think maybe because you guys only see me in this state. Mm-hmm. But however, the exact same conversation I'm having with you guys, I also have with them as well. And I just gave a little reference point, not besides Conscious, but also with my friend. I said, girl, what is with you in these thugs? What is with you in these bad boys? What is with you in this toxic idea of what you think a man is? And I challenge her all the time. I say, girl, give and I hate to use this word, the good guy a chance. Give him a chance. And you know what? Once I got her to the point of being able to give the good guy a chance and understand and for her to unpack her toxicity, she gave the good guy a chance, and guess what? She fell in love. I think a lot of times too, a lot of us block ourselves from our blessings because we hold on to these stupid ideas, literally stupid ideas that do not make any sense. I agree with that. Do not serve any of us at all. None of us.
Can you give an example of a stupid idea to your point, please?
A stupid idea would be, I need my man to be masculine. I need my man to, or I want that toxic masculinity, and forgetting that if you want toxic masculinity, you also got to be aware of the toxic masculinity that's going to show up on your face, the toxic masculinity that's going to be emotionally sterile, the toxic masculinity that just might put his hands on you.
Well, because I remember you just said two different things. You said masculine, and like I want to like you use the example of I want a man to be masculine, but then you also said toxic masculinity. So what she would like, and I don't mean to cut you off, but if that's her preference, if that's what turns her on, how can we like derive her of that if that's what turns her on? I'm not talking about beating a chick. I'm not talking about making someone bleed. No. But something when they say you talk masculinity, that's one of the go-to points, which is a valid point that is very toxic. It's abusive. But what I'm saying is because confidence can be looked at as a form of masculine, right? Is that fair? So women find that usually overwhelmingly attractive, not cockiness, but confidence, right? And I get it. Maybe it's for one woman, cockiness, that's what turns her on. What is to another person more humble but confident, that's what turns a different woman on, or find them in their preference. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand. I'm keeping up with you and the people in chat.
Okay, so I think I kind of get if you around Logic. I think I kind of get what Logic's saying though, right?
I do too.
Because some of because like this, like check it out. Some of the requirements now that women have for men, like that the requirements they want them to excel in is rooted in toxic masculinity.
It is.
You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the qualities they want is like they don't understand the other half. That's why it kind of ties into what we be saying that sometimes it's like you want a certain type of dude, but you not aware of the intangibles that go along with being with that type of dude. You know what I'm saying? You might want the stoic dude who he don't get sad, or he don't cry or something like that. But guess what? That dude also don't express happy. That dude also don't express joy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So you're gonna have to get both sides of that. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of think that's
yes.
I definitely agree with him on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the thing is that a lot of times when women reference masculinity is from the strong binary. And that's what we talk about of like Arshawn said, the balance. And you think about the context of America. Where do women get a lot of their ideas of what a man should be? From the Bible. He needs to be a protector and a provider. Those trigger words come up from where? The Bible, which was that was the dominant religion here in America. I don't know about now, but that's still here in America at one point in time. He must be the protector, the provider, and all these things. And then on top of that, it's also reinforced by gender roles that's lifted up by a toxic patriarchal system, and it completely strips men away from their humanity. And this is what I mean when I say that now that the era starting to shift, all of a sudden things are starting to change. Now we're starting, at least for me, I'm making more room for men to show their emotions. I take more time out to my homeboys and say, what's going on with you? What's going on? Ain't nothing wrong. Ain't nothing wrong. No, for real. Stop lying to me. What's going on? And the thing about it, when I say that these roles don't even serve men, if you look at studies, and I wish I could actually pull them up, men are also depressed by taking on the brunt of situations, taking all the financial bearing, taking all the financial responsibilities. Men need humanity as well too. Women need humanity as well too. But how do we expect for any of us to have humanity if we're still feeding into a toxic patriarchal system that informs men the way they should show up, that also informs women of a man of how a man should show up? And so that's why when I get on here and I stay on the men, but when I go over there, I talk to the women too. No. That's toxic, girl.
Yeah, like even on my Facebook book, I don't really subscribe to her, but she was on my page, some chick named Kendra B or something like that. And I noticed there was a brother, 30 years old, smooth skin, had a very clear English vernacular. And the fact that she had to address the chat, okay, because this brother was well-to-do and articulated himself very well, the women that were watching, the overwhelming majority of them equivocated him to being homosexual.
Yes.
And it was just kind of like, because this brother is intelligent and doesn't speak a certain way, you're questioning. I don't know his name. He's just, like one of the dudes that come on the panel. But
I saw that too.
Yeah, he was a younger, and I found that very interesting to say that this is 70, 80, probably 90% of a female panel, and the fact that she had to, despite the sometimes disillusion that women are more accepting of same-gender love and men, but that's another conversation for another day.
And there's so not.
Particularly especially black women. But I found that so interesting that, wow, what a panel with so many women that say they're looking for these characteristics. And it also shows that you're only drawn to the brawn side of masculinity. There's an intelligent side of masculinity. Now, which one that you are the most attracted to will depend on your disposition.
Yeah, and that's a factor that hasn't been talked about enough. And one of my boys, I've actually
at all, Jay, hadn't been talked about at all.
Yeah, and it's something that
no one ever mentions
I feel that needs to be talked about, because, and that's another thing, we keep saying too, is that there are all men, regardless if you agree with patriarchy or not. I think when it comes to more community and stuff like relationships, we're leaving out another part that's included in masculinity, and that's the paternal. Your paternal instincts is not linked to your patriarchal. It's linked to your connection with your children. That is also the emotional response that causes you to be protective, that causes you to be providers. Those are paternal instincts that I don't believe, unfortunately, some men can't do that without patriarchy, because all men do not have paternal instincts. They're using patriarchy to substitute for paternity. And I'm just speaking from a very, I guess you could say I'm biased, well, because I had the single father. I had the paternal side, not just the patriarchal side.
Hey, real quick, I want to just say something like my last words and then pop off, because I know you got to start winding down, because I know you heading towards that wrestling show. I know you got like 50 minutes, but yeah, you got a lot of, you got some chatty, catties up here. You know what I'm saying? You got some wordy mofos up here. But I did want to say, Logic, I really appreciate you. I just want you to keep in mind, what I was trying to pull out of you, exactly what happened. For men, because I know you're going to be speaking to a lot of cis hetero men. And a lot of times we don't have the emotional bandwidth or awareness to tap into the theoretical, which is what a lot of times will happen when you get into like the patriarchy conversation. There's a lot of theoretical, philosophical stuff up there. And a lot of times we just concrete thinkers. A lot of times you got a lot of concrete thinkers. Yeah. But the way you broke it down and the way it showed up in real life, like, I just need a man that I just want him to grab me sometime. Like, where does that come from? Now it feels so like the way you made that practical.
That's a setup.
The way you made that practical is what a lot of guys are going to need to hear to understand what you're trying to get across. So I just want you to keep that in mind. I really appreciate you saying everything you said. You're absolutely right about the patriarchy. It's just going to be hard to get men to see how that manifests in their everyday life, in every situation, because even how your boss will walk past Brenda and Janice to get to you and ask you to move the photocopy paper. That's still more patriarchy, because Janice probably got paid a little bit more because she probably has 2 more years of university. She probably has a bachelor's instead of your associates. She's getting paid a little bit more, but Janice is not getting asked to move the paper. You are, because you're a man. So even though you're same job, same position, same qualifications, same expectations, you're going to get asked for different things. And all that stems from the same place. Not all of it's toxic and harmful. A lot of it's beneficiary to women, men, everybody. So it's a mixed bag. But what Logic is saying, understand it, then it can shape your decisions a little bit better. So I appreciate all of y'all. I hope y'all have a good evening, and I'm gonna drop down.
Take care, Arshawn.
Hey, Arshawn. Watch out for the sororities, Arshawn.
You're supposed to teach us the balance technique. But yeah, gotcha.
All right, who's going next?
Who going next?
Well, I'm gonna say this, like, I was glad I was able to come back up again, at least clear some things up, because I know it got extremely chaotic. And so a lot of stuff probably got lost in translation, or I got a second chance to try to land my point and really try to stick to, and really, I guess, speaking a language that you guys understand. I think maybe because I get it, and maybe I may not explain it in the way that maybe is more so it makes it easier for you guys to understand. So I'm glad at least I was able to get a second chance to explain it down in depth, because I tell women this all the time. I said, yo, you can't complain about the patriarchy when you also indulge in it as well. Like, you
and benefit from it.
You cannot complain about it when you're literally, you want your man to be patriarchal. And you can't be like, okay, I want you to participate in the patriarchy, but this side that doesn't benefit me, get rid of it. But this side that doesn't benefit me, get rid of it. But this side right here, come on. Because it goes the exact same way. Like, I can literally tell people all the time, I don't want you to be queerphobic. I don't like queerphobia. I don't like that. But if you like, transphobic, I can deal with it because I'm not trans. If you like, if you have a problem with the lesbians, I can deal with that because I'm not lesbian. Because when these conversations happen, it sounds real convenient. And then, of course, and this is when the conversation around being the exception comes into effect. That's it.
I appreciate you coming here to check yourself, Logic, and because you were tripping the other day, and the toxicity that was coming out of you, it was very zesty, very spicy. Relax.
This is
all right, man.
Yo, Marcus.
I was not toxic.
By the way, shout out to those Dallas apartments. You must be living in one of them. I'm jealous.
I'm not gonna say that.
I don't want no Dallas apartments.
Marcus ass, man. Leave it to Marcus, boy.
I don't give a fuck, Mandrell. Let me be toxic over here, son.
Leave it to Marcus. Yeah, and the thing is, look, I don't want to say unique because I'm not the only one who does this, but my way of communication, I'll say, is different. Like you have to actually pay attention to what the words that I'm saying. Like if I say them, I'm like, well, if that's what's going on, if that's what's going on, then this person's wrong. If that's what's going on, then this is what's going. This is what happens, right? But people think I'm saying they listen to the conversation and they're like, "You said the women did this." I'm like, no, I said if these things are going on, you have to listen to things like that. You know what I'm saying? I try to hold each individual person accountable. You know, and when I speak in the general, people, please pay attention to context. Not anyone on this panel. You guys are logical and you guys can do that. You guys have that ability to pay attention to context clues and things like that and read between the lines. I've learned on YouTube that most people, they lack that skill. They can't do it. They're stupid. Most people, by and large, are stupid. They are. And I don't talk to stupid people. I don't. But start paying attention, people. Jesus. Stop being so butthurt over something you didn't understand. Stop coming at me. Mandrell hates women. No, I don't. You hate black people? No, but I do hate you.
How could he hate women? That makes no sense.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, no, but I do hate you.
Weird when I hear that.
Right. I hate women. Where'd you get that? I'm like, where'd you get that from?
Yeah, exactly. That's like a contradiction. I've never heard somebody, I hate women, yet I date women. That makes sense.
Yeah, I date women.
Make it make sense.
Right.
Well, I mean, I will say this, like, and it's just not being biased towards anyone's sexual orientation, but yes, it's very possible for you to be attracted to people and want to have sex with them, but
and then still hate them.
Yeah, like I'm gonna just tell you, like, I mean, and I ain't putting even no label on it, Jeremy, none of that. I've seen that. No, it's very possible.
No. How do you have sex with somebody you hate them at the same time? I don't understand.
I've never done that because
I always strange world.
It's a contradiction. I'm like, I can't because for me, I'm not into anybody. Oh, okay. God, I didn't want to. Oh shit. God, we made another conversation. I'll speed it up. Listen, I am not into somebody I don't like to have sex with them because that's not me. If I don't like you, I don't have sex with you altogether. Even if we were on an island, I am not having sex with you. You can whack off to yourself. I don't care. I don't like you. It's simple enough. I would rather go get coconuts and get some food than have a conversation with a person I don't like.
Yeah, but every person doesn't have sex for an exchange. You know, there are some people who only have sex just to get what they need. Like they're using a body as a masturbation. They're basically having external masturbation. So I mean, yeah.
Hey, man, listen, I would say more of a crisis if we're gonna go that deep into it.
Yeah. So I mean, unfortunately, from all walks of life of having an American experience, I've seen this from all walks of life where people, they might be heterosexual, but they're not opposite gender loving. They might engage in homosexuality, but they're not same gender loving. You see what I'm saying? So it's not.
Then how are they not a homosexual?
Well, listen. Well, the same way a nigga could be heterosexual and not be in love with the woman he's having sex. Your sexuality and your emotions, your preference, isn't your emotions.
Hey, you said he might have sex with a dude.
No. Listen to what I said. I know it probably was a tongue twister. You can engage in heterosexuality, but you're not opposite gender loving. That doesn't mean that you particularly like the psychology of females and want to be around. Same thing with men. They can engage in homosexuality, but they're not same gender loving. They're not going to want to be in the mind of another man to the point of wanting to be with them outside of just a physical context. That's why I was saying, regardless of sexual orientation, unfortunately, in a Western society, that's kind of something we all are plagued with. Your sexual orientation or your gender expression doesn't prevent you from being exposed to that.
Gotcha.
That was a mouthful. Pause.
did he do that?
Just saying. He said a lot then. Come on now, Jay. He said a lot. Brother said a lot.
No, because I like you put pause at the end of this shit. And we all know what pause
Yeah,
does.
because Mandrell was thinking of me. Mandrell was thinking of me.
I'm just saying.
Okay. Oh, I mean, IG, thank you for that knowledge. I did not know that.
Like I said, Yella.
Yes, we do. I mean,
Yella, you wanted this, Yella.
But yes, we do. Come on, like now. Here's the part where, as you know, I'm not part of the manosphere. I don't do sausage parties, quote unquote. You know, and what I call a sausage party is a bunch of dudes who just go around.
Oh shit!
I don't do the yes man thing. You know, I just wasn't raised like that to just be. You know, that's what my dad we call the sausage party, a bunch of yes niggas. Y'all just doing this because you see other men doing this shit. You know, that's shit. That's sausage party shit. But even from a perspective, yes, we do see that behavior. Cause see, I wasn't denouncing anything else about someone's sexual orality being alternate because of that. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't saying that a person, because I was like, why we gotta hit pause? Because it wasn't a thing of me saying. Yeah. Because you know what I'm saying? A dude, there are plenty of men that do have sex with women because in their nature, they are only physically attracted to women sexually. That's not a totality of attraction. Same thing. There are plenty of people who can have sex with the same sex, but they don't have a totality attraction of that with the same sex. I mean, we could see that with, despite how you cut the cookie, how many failed relationships are across the board, regardless of who's having sex with who.
Well said.
That was a lot.
And you see what Mandrell's saying. But
you're right. See what I'm saying? That was a lot. I mean, what do you want me to do there, Jay?
You just said pause into that shit. That's what that's what got
What did you want me to
But I guess I have to blame it on the patriarchy though, just to make sure that our logic understands.
Patriarchy and toxic masculinity. There's no such thing as toxic masculinity.
There you go. That part.
No, he's trolling. But
there isn't. No, there really isn't. There's just masculinity. Now, a person can be toxic, but it ain't his masculinity that makes him toxic. He's just an asshole.
I agree with that.
Well, dick is above asshole, so that's the highest.
Yeah, and if he's a dick, then you should have you fucked up. Yeah,
then there's jackass, which is me.
But the thing is, if he's a dick, Jay, then that woman fucked up a long time ago. She should have been left that situation.
And that woman was attracted to that dick.
Right. She should have been left that situation.
That's actually funny how you said it. She should have dropped the cane on him.
So, right. It's like no woman should sit there and put up with a total dick. No woman should do that. I mean, that's dangerous. That's hazardous to your health.
But them primal instincts do what it do. I mean, that masculine pheromone communication.
IG, are you from the East Coast?
Nah, babe, I'm from New Orleans, Urban, from the South.
Oh, okay. No,
you can't hear the accent?
Oh no, it's okay, Doc. And I see you from Mexico with the flag and all that there, huh? Or Mexican American?
Yeah, Mexican American. Yeah, Cali. That's all good. It's Cali.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I can tell the difference because growing up in New Orleans, Urban, see, you know, that's one thing that's interesting. People say Latino, Hispanic. That shit is dumb to me because see, in New Orleans, you can't do that because the motherfucker they're so specific. Call the Dominican or Puerto Rican if you want to and see what's going to happen to you. You know what I'm talking about. Call a Mexican
that's true.
And you see what the fuck. You know what I'm saying?
I was on a channel with Dominicans and it was like Dominicans, Puerto Ricans going at each other, Mexico. I was like, oh shit, yo.
Right. Now that's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, man, it's cool, man. Well, I really, enjoyed this panel. I'm about to jump off here, y'all. I definitely will be subscribing to the channel Yellow Pill. Gotta have more of these conversations. I'm glad we were able to all come through and have our different perspectives, stuff like that. I really enjoyed myself this evening. I'm about to continue to have me a drink. Y'all have a good evening, fellas.
That's what's up. Easy now.
Easy.
Yo, I'll get my porno because I know you got it. I know you got it. Did guys? I'll do a stream. I'll do a stream with Mandro and Marcus and Wally tonight. And just further intake on this convo, which will help us. But no, all in all, subscribe to my man Yella. that shit was. Listen, that stream you had was 7 hours and 37 minutes. God damn, that shit was long. But hey, man, but thank you, brother, for making a long stream because that shit lasted all the way to my shift. So I'll give you that. Thank you. I actually need like 4 or 5 hour streams because that shit, you know, I need some background noise sometimes. It always helps. So because I'm always curious to what the combo is. So you know, shout out to my man Yellow. Follow him on Twitch. Subscribe to him on YouTube. Follow me, Jay Takashi, guys. Like I said, no topic is above talk. I might ban the patriarchy talk, but I'm no. but no, I told Logic and Conscious specific. Well, not Conscious, but I told Logic specifically he can come up so I can learn more about that book. Shit. I was about to say bull. And listen, Logic. I caught myself. I'm sorry. I was thinking of something else, and then the bull came up. I didn't say it was bullshit. I was just said more of that stuff. Shit, bullshit came on. I'm trying to get better at my fucking.
I said bull dick.
No, I didn't. Shit, fuck out of here. But no. I want to know more about like stuff that I don't know, and like I said, I'm always above trying to hear people out and stuff. Like I said, I'm not infallible. I just like to hear your perspective. Even your anecdotal experience always matters too. But you know, it is what it is there. Like I said, just a brother trying to do better. That's all it is right here. Like I said, we have work in progress here. I ain't all peaches and cream. Shit, I'm more fucking oil and tire, if I'm gonna be real. But no, you know, like I said, check out the channel, guys. Like I said, I'm gonna be uploading pre-recording soon, and shout out to Yellow for always having long streams, bro. I just gotta say that. The motherfucker going ham, and also, yo, Yellow. Hopefully everything is going good with you and your son, brother. Hopefully that's all good, man. Like I said, I like the fact that you are a father, and you're still in your son's life. That always makes me happy to hear black brothers still doing that. And I see it on the streets too. They still with their kids. So that rhetoric, men ain't around. I don't want everyone to hear that shit. They're there. I see them on the street. They with their sons. So it's always good to
and daughters.
And you being a YouTuber actually just shows me that even more every day. So thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Measure will get there one day, and then I'll congratulate him, but he got a while.
Yeah.
Marcus will be before Mantra. I do know that. But
maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he'll be first. But no, but all in all, like I said, y'all have a great night, man. And like I said, just subscribe to my man Yellow, man. He needs some love, man. Show him some respect and check out his content. Damn it.
All right, y'all. Hey, real quick, where everybody everybody watching, don't go too far. Like I said, I ain't even in the stream. You know what I'm saying? We Soldier's wrapping up at 7. Yeah. You know, don't go too far because we want y'all to support the wrestling part too. You know what I'm saying? So stick around. Like I said, the interview gonna be spicy. Y'all gonna like it. Trust me. We finna go there. If y'all seen the last wrestling interview, it was pretty damn good. We gonna keep them going too because we got our show coming up on the 21st. So tune in tonight in about a half hour. Like I said, we got Mike Valentine, Atlas J. Horn, and Jackson Stampede Larkin, man. They're gonna join us talking about their match coming up on January 21st. So y'all make sure y'all stick around. Y'all gonna stick around for the messy, y'all gonna stick around for the positive shit too.
You gotta stick around for the positive.
So
positive's too boring.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, because when I do streams on finances and 401ks versus Roth 401ks and all that stuff, nobody watches that shit, Yellow. I will literally tell people how to invest and where to put their money. No one watches. What'd you say, Jay?
I know. I'm sorry about that. No. I'm saying I'll watch that stream. I fucking need it. It always helps.
Yeah, I told everybody where to put their money.
And the thing is, no. Nothing. Listen, money loves controversially bad shit. That's it. That's always been the case. That might be what Elijah was talking about because I technically agree.
Shout out to Booker T. and the Rock.
Toxic shit sells.
It does.
Shit doesn't. It's just like, bro. I talked about friendship and connections and shit. About like having a connections in your life and things like that. How many views do you think that bitch got? 32. Yeah, nobody gives a fuck. But
what's that saying again? Misery loves company.
Yeah, misery loves company. But what I remember that. Oh, I remember. Don't say that. I remember a stream where this dude said this, and it was a long ass religious conversation when he said that. He was bringing up God. Oh man,
that's the scapegoat for everything, though. Well, see, God, the Bible says, and God says, that's the scapegoat. The scapegoat for everything.
What he said, I remember verbatim, bro. I was in college when he said this dumb shit. He said, if God is the judge of good and evil, notions of good and evil shouldn't be judged by any being if this being is perfect. How would a perfect being conceive of the notion of good and evil? Like, well, that doesn't make any freaking sense. I told, listen, bro, you have to understand, and I didn't want to even get in a debate with him. I didn't want to. I said the perfect being cannot choose. And my friend said, wait, a perfect being can't choose. Can't be evil, right? A perfect being is perfect. He can't choose to do evil, otherwise then it will not be God. It predicted contradiction. And I was just no. And I stopped the conversation after that. I'm like, I'm done. I don't want to talk about that shit no more.
Right. Because then
a 5-minute conversation that felt like an hour to me.
Because you're getting in a rabbit hole with that stuff, man. Like, because then you'll start hearing questions like, well, if God didn't create sin, he created the person who created sin, which ultimately makes God responsible.
Yeah.
No. I was like, yeah, that's how that shit works.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? That's how that shit works. Okay. Exactly. Ultimately, he's the one responsible. He created the dude who created it. If he didn't. But then they're like, no. See, in the book, it doesn't say anything about this in the book. Now what you got?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Is it where's your spiritual connection with God?
Your own book, it means you make up your own bullshit, and that's
right. It's like,
and I was a former Christian. I know what you're saying is not fucking true.
Right. So, you know what I'm saying? Exactly. You know what I mean? It's like you take that book away from them that they don't even understand.
They don't have anything to like.
Really they have nothing. It's like, where's your personal relationship with spirituality?
Yeah. And
your personal relationship with God, where is that at?
Yeah, I know Asians who are more in tune with their freaking their spirituality than these people, because you guys are just quoting phrases, you're not actually living it out.
Exactly, and they're not thinking about it. Like the thing I just said. Well, if God created sin. No, he didn't. He created the person who created sin, right? Right.
And he's the cause of it.
Okay, thank you. Am I right, Jay? Thank you. I mean, the thing is, you have to leave. Thing is, with that is, once you have a personal relationship with it, you understand that you're never going to have all the answers. Like questions like that, you're never going to know the answer to it unless you actually meet God himself and ask him to explain it to you.
And then he'll tell you himself.
You're right. And you ask him to explain it to you, and then he'll tell you what it's all about himself, And it's like, until then, you have to understand, there's something you're just never going to know, and you have to accept that. No, the Bible explains everything. And dinosaurs ain't even in the Bible. Shut up. It doesn't explain everything. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Critically thinking thing. You should have titled it "Making Connections to These Nuts." Yo, I don't know if I can say that. Yo, man, YouTube. I'm sorry, YouTube is they're such sensitive bitches. I'm sorry.
They are, man.
So I don't like. I'm pretty sure they take that down. You're promoting sexual like just like when they got me with that whole video where like you're promoting violence. No, the hell I'm not talking about.
You are, Jay. You're promoting violence. You're very violent.
Yeah, and you know what y'all promoting? This bullshit ass utopia.
Oh, that's not gonna happen.
That peachy. I'm sorry. I tell people you think things are peachy out in the fucking world. No, you're not. No, it's not.
Yeah, like Arshawn says right here, Isaiah 45, chapter 45, verse 7. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. End quote.
Thank you. Listen, Arshawn, thank you so much for putting that on there. In the Bible, thank you for the actual text, because I like how everybody forgets this shit.
Yeah.
Isaiah.
It doesn't fit their narrative. It doesn't fit their narrative.
I told people, I said, listen, I told people, do you remember the genocide of the Amalekites and that shit? And none of y'all ever bring that up. And I know, because I don't use that as a deterrent to like use it against your thing of you believe in, but that's just kind of wild.
Mm-hmm.
I told my friend, he said my religion doesn't condemn slaughter. I said, you mean condone? But I said, but it's ironic you say condemn because there's been a genocide against the Amalekites, bro. That's wild to me. And
yeah, if you read the Bible, he spent the first 5 books of the Bible wiping out people. He just slaughters people for the first 5 books.
And I told people, I said, what do you think Noah's Ark was?
Right, it was a genocide
on a planet with water.
Right. What are you talking about, man?
Yeah. And yes, and I guess
God is all the way good. No,
tracing that Aquaman ain't real or Poseidon ain't real, because if he could just wipe this whole motherfucker off the map, any place is gone. Yeah, that is included. All you need is a giant tidal wave. That's all you need. Make sure it's big enough, like half of the ocean. Just take this. I think you need half of the ocean, to be honest. Maybe like a quarter, just a quarter of it to hit the middle, just to hit the middle of like the Midwest. Yeah, it's done. It's done. It's pretty much done after that point.
Shout out to Harris Tribe Media Group. Shout out to the Seeds.
I started reading the Bible for myself and had to quit being a Christian. Yo, wow. Yo, our shout out was okay. I mean, like I said, you guys spend time reevaluating things, and if you still want to follow it, despite of it, then there's nothing wrong with that. But if you know there's contradictions, then I mean, hey, it's up for you to make your own choice. Nothing wrong with that. God had to kill his son to wipe out the. Yeah, I know. I do. I've had that conversation too. He placed on people for eating the fruit he made. I know. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. And I don't mean to be rude or mad or angry when I say it. This is just neutral when I say it. If there, to me, like I said, if it's true that he did all that, then he's setting up the game that's already been rigged from the start. They didn't have a fair shot. Adam and Eve didn't have a fair shot at all. At all. If I'm gonna be real, they didn't. And I'm not anti-Semitic or none of that bullshit, or just Jay, you're just like, all I'm trying to illustrate to you is that if this system was already in place, if you knew it was going to happen, and why do it? Because my problem is because everybody tells me like, but you telling me God knew this though, right? So why? Yeah, I don't like that. I never like that. If you didn't know, then you didn't know. If he did know, then morally good and morally evil. So that's just me. She says I be cussing though. That's what Bree said. I'm a Christian, yay.
She one of them cussing Christians.
I've never heard of that. Sweetheart, you shouldn't be cussing if you're a Christian.
Like them cussing preachers.
I haven't heard of cussing a preacher though. I mean, if they use hell and damn, that don't count. That's in the book. They can use that. But if it's like FSHIT, all that nonsense. Oh, first of all, if I hear a preacher say nigga, I need a preacher to be. Yo, I promise you, if some dude said that in church, I'll laugh my ass off. I don't care if disrespectful to. Oh man, you better play that music loud because I laugh louder than motherfucker if you say some stupid coon bullshit. Please, that's the least of God's worries. He be cussing. He says she got a Peter mouth. Wow. That's wild. No, but man, Joe, like you'll get into conversations with people like that, and it just, yeah. I've had my talks with it in college and high school, and I was like, I'm done. I'm done. I don't care to talk about it no more. Because I've heard almost every excuse, every argument is gotten to the point. Like extortion to me, though.
Well, that is, you can say that or whatever you want to say, but let me tell you the truth.
Please tell me that one.
Let me tell you the truth.
Tell me the truth.
I don't like men, and I damn sure don't like that old man. Okay. And when I tell somebody
this is what happened.
Like my
this is what I came up with
he's
when I Googled, when I looked on
okay.
YouTube for
my
custom
pastor's
preachers.
name is pastor almost all my life.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's froze.
Hey man,
I ain't never had to go through that with that man.
Oh
okay?
my life,
or no other man of God that I know.
Okay, and I'll say this: even if you're dyking, okay, even if you're dyking,
right,
or we're not dyking, Charles Wright should not have gotten caught up,
right,
in that. Now, I'll say that. Now, I think he was extorting him. I think you're trying to get some money out of him.
I don't need.
Okay. Oh yeah, I think that if he had came forth with the right amount of money, you'd have gave him some. You gave him some of that dyke. Yeah, you gave.
Let me ask you this, Daddy.
That's a daddy. You muted. You muted.
Brother Yellow.
Yellow. That's
nah,
a daddy.
that's a pastor. That's what I said. This is what came up when I. No, this a pastor. This Pastor Thaddeus Matthews. This is what came up when I Googled cussing pastor.
Oh, really?
Even if you was dyking, or even if you wasn't dyking.
Deacon Dykin?
This nigga, man, Deacon Dykin.
If he give you some money, would you give him some of this straight booty?
Huh?
Would you give him some of this?
I almost knocked you on your ass then, okay? Okay, so don't come in, don't get it twisted, because I'll knock you on your ass on my show. Okay, I'll knock you on your ass. Okay, don't come in playing with me, because I'm the wrong. I'm the one with you. Understand? I'm the wrong one for your ass to be playing with. I'll knock you on your ass on live TV. You understand me? Keep it straight.
This nigga wildin'.
That nigga is wild.
He gonna ask her a crazy ass question, but get pissed off at her when she returns the favor in kind. What the hell, bro? You can dish it, you can't take it though. I mean, what?
He got a sensitive skin, man. Don't you?
Yeah,
know?
he bugging out.
Oh man. I mean, only reason I'll be honest, I think the reason why I can listen to like military, like people who have military humor and nonsense is because my father's military. That's why I can, like, strict people can talk to me. Like I get no problem hearing them out. I receive it differently. Like it makes sense. It's only when you come at nigga crazy shit, then I'm like, all right, man, I have to punch you in your face. Because I might kill my boot camp.
Right. This is patriarchy right here.
He had to perform masculinity, patriarchy. I got you. They do be cussing folks clean out. That's what she said.
You understand me? Don't get it twisted. Okay? So don't get it twisted. Don't bring your dyke ass up in here with that bullshit, because I'll knock your goddamn ass off on TV. You understand that? Okay? Now, I don't know what you would know about me, but I ain't the one for you to play with.
But that,
okay?
Just let me tell you, I don't want to be played with either.
Okay, but you brought this to me. You called me with this, and I'm saying to you, no, ain't no more guessing. Here's what I'm saying to you. I think that you had a game going on, and I think that he's an old fool. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think he was extorting. Okay, because you're consistently asking for money in the play. Mm-hmm. Okay, the greatest part that I have, no matter what you do, okay, no matter what you do or what your game was, Charles Wright should not have fell into the game. You can't play the game because see, here's the thing, Pastor. If you've done that with her, and ain't nothing feminine about her.
This nigga ain't shit.
Wow.
You're right. He ain't shit.
He ain't. But yo, man, I like how we copying freaking logic and running now.
It ain't nothing feminine about her. Damn. Like all I can say about this damn
shit.
No, man, he a coon.
God,
you know that, right? He a coon.
Okay, ain't nothing attractive as her as a woman. She looks like a boy.
I hate this fucking world, man. I hate this world. Why does he think I'm laughing? Because it's like, why the fuck does he think this is okay, man? Like, why? Why would he think this is okay? Like, on what planet would he think this
Because
is
he
okay?
views her as less than, man.
Yup. Patriarchy, bro.
Come on. This is the patriarchy we talking about right here.
That's the part. Yeah. That shit.
Cool.
That ain't cool, man.
Yeah, that's true.
That ain't cool.
This is what we
You're a
talking
hoe
about.
now.
Perfect. I get it, man.
Hey, yo, you know what word we use? Hoe ass nigga.
That shit is too
Yeah, that ain't cool, man.
I mean, he's
and ain't nothing feminine about her. Damn. She looked like a bear.
He just threw her all the way.
I'm saying.
On the bus.
All right, y'all. Hold it.
Yeah, I think we good now, bro.
Yeah, this nigga. But
I'm gonna head out of
for
here.
a few minutes. Like I said, I'm about to
We about to go too. So you can be wrestling show, your wrestling show.
Yeah, I ain't going nowhere. I mean, the live ain't ending. You know what I'm saying? We just finna transition real quick
into some
I'm
wrestling.
gonna short stream tonight, then after that I'm knocked out. I gotta go work tomorrow.
Quick,
my day off.
quick interview. You
Gotcha.
know what I'm saying? But I'll be right back.
I got you. Right? Let me set this stream up. It'll be short. It should be really short. I might just show people making my thumbnails. I don't know. And just listen to casual conversation. Damn. Free. Bree, Shy Cutie, man. I hope to see you on the channel sometime. I haven't talked to y'all. But yep, critically drinking. He hilarious. Let's see. I gotta fucking download that other one, and then we should be good, I think. Download that for me. Then we will destroy this shit. Women self-subservient men. Let's set premiere up with that. We're talking about the fucking thing. Oh. I know we had a Jason David Frank one that we did. You. Oh.
Yeah, the manager.
Manager.
Huh?
You going to bed?
No, I ain't going to bed just yet, man. I gotta eat dinner.
I already ate, bro. Shit. I should have cooked some fucking Pillsbury layer biscuits. Got them bitches in the fucking refrigerator. So I got something to eat when I wake up. With some nice strawberry jam. Or jelly in this case.
Strawberry jam?
Jelly. I was being funny when I said that. Jelly, jam. Yeah. They're both different, but yeah. And it depends if you get preserves and shit like that. What, you like strawberry, Andrew?
Yeah. Strawberry jelly, apple. Apple's good too.
Apple's good. You know what I wish was healthy? That toaster strudel shit. I don't eat that anymore.
Yeah, I wish it was. I'm with you on that one.
I wish that was healthy because
I wish it was healthy, man.
I used to eat 2 of those in the morning, bro. I remember when it came out with the apple one. Oh, I killed that.
I never had that one.
You should have tried it, bro. At least once. They had like the apple one.
I never had that one
because it tastes like an apple pie. I promise you.
Really?
Yep. With the frosting on it, probably even better. I was like, yo, this is too good right now. I say, y'all motherfuckers know I'm an apple maniac. What they had they had strawberry, blueberry, then they had apple was one. When I used to work Kroger a long time ago, that's before I did 24? Worked the grocery business. Yeah, I worked at Kroger and they had like different freaking sections because I worked the freezer aisle for a while. And they had all kinds. Jam is a preserve. Jelly is a dessert. You got it. That is correct. Before y'all go, why are both of you supporting platforms that promote wrestling and anti-celibacy journeys? Oh, our shot. Your shot, you always funny motherfucker. The heck is jelly? Do you mean Jello? No, not Jello. No. I can't eat Jello no more. I'm sorry. That literally dead. Yo, okay. Yo, Yellow, Don QG said, can you drop the link, brother?
He gets on right when I'm about to get off.
Hey, man. He asked for it. Hold on, I'll send you the link. I'm not sure if you can hop on, but I'll see he'll have to let you up. I'll just type it in there. Yo, man. Mandrill King Killmonger was right.
Who said that?
Therapy said that, but also a lot of black people. Breeze said that shit too.
What was Killmonger right about?
Our people are being oppressed, and he was right about going up killing all the oppressors in power.
Oh, y'all think so?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, he would have gone it the wrong way, but his messaging was right. But how you went about going about shit, like that motherfucker ain't a leader.
That wasn't the thing. He was a leader. It just
no, he wasn't leader of Wakanda. That's what I was saying. You can't run that nation, no.
Yes, he did. Yes, he was. He won. It was his by right. He won in combat, in ritual combat.
He won it, but he's not a king. Like I should have been raised in it. That's what I'm saying.
Doesn't mean anything. It was his by right, and he has the bloodline. He had a legitimate claim. Y'all niggas committed mutiny, is what y'all did.
No, one nigga committed.
No. All of them committed.
Hold on, I gotta stop myself. Get me to say that word. No, he did community because his father stole vibranium, which he wasn't supposed to do.
No, his father did that. His father did that. He didn't.
Killing him. Hear me? I've always said that the argument he could have just knocked him out and taken him back home. He did not need to kill him. And I'm pretty sure he preferred to take him back alive, which is why he said what he said. Until what's his name tried to draw a gun on him, and he's like, "Yo, bro, you really gonna claw your brother?" I'll say this: if that was my position, I wouldn't have killed him, knock him out, and take his son with us too. I ain't gonna leave that motherfucker there.
Yeah, they left the boy there. That was low down.
That's why I said his father's fucked up. T'Chaka's fucked up for that reason. No, for killing his brother, and then after that, leaving the boy there. Those two things he's fucked up about. Other than that, he was fine. But no, he wasn't raised in politics and kingship, and he's not a leader. Hence, why I call
he is a leader. He's
not a leader.
Yes, he is.
Nope, not a leader.
Yes, he is a leader.
He's more of a general, and I think me and what's in the Canadian board actually agreed on that. He's more of a general, which makes a lot more sense to me. A lot more sense. Shit, I followed T'Challa or Captain America about it. I will not follow that nigga because that nigga get you killed.
I mean, no. His mission was different from Wakanda's, and he was also right. Killmonger was also right because Wakanda sat there and did nothing.
Yeah, but remember what they said. They're not our own, which is bullshit because they are.
And look at the way they treated him even after he got there and declared who he was.
Oh no! They were surprised about who he was. Don't forget that.
Yeah, it was. They had a problem with it.
I don't think they had a problem.
I think they had a problem, a big problem.
Look about the old others don't know. Like they know who it is. Like once they knew who said he was, I'm like, all right, yeah. And remember, all he needed was the necklace and the ring, pretty much. Ring/necklace. Well,
nothing.
No, it's the ring because only the royal family has that. That's what that was. That's why when T'Challa came up on Zuri, he literally said, "Yo," he said he was said there was literally someone like this, wearing this ring exactly identical to my father's. And he said that's not possible. He said, "Don't tell me what the fuck is not possible."
All right, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear
you. What's up, fellas?
What's going on, man?
Shit, just leaving one of my clients' house. I'm over here at my brother's house trying to find his fucking apartment.
Why are you trying to find his apartment?
Because he just moved and I've never been over here.
Oh, okay. Yo, he didn't invite you to the crib one time?
Yeah, my brother. My little brother.
Oh, little, okay. That's still weird. Do you think he would have told his immediate family? No, that's weird to me because you think he would have told his immediate family, like you and your other siblings, and then after that.
Oh yeah, I got a bunch of siblings, man.
I got fucking too many. Dog, you dropped out. 5 minutes, guys. Then I'm switching up. I got you. All right, let me set up the stream. I'm waiting for this damn thing to download personally so I can make room for something. Another thing to upload to the terabyte drive. I know one conversation we had Saturday. That shit was crazy. Oh, these motherfuckers. I can't with these people.
Yeah, I was serious about what I said earlier, Jay. I said I honestly don't think people really want to hear what I have to say about anything.
I think they're just biased, and like I said, they're used to hearing the same thing over and over again. That's why I said this. Like Nut Talk said, this red pill shit will make you hate women, and it's true. It is very true. That shit almost got me. I'm like, what? Nah, man, that's not my reality. Like, no. Now, granted, what's funny, I'm not going to date or marry anybody here. So I'm going to be outside. And I said, when I leave, I ain't coming back.
When you leave where?
I ain't bringing shit back. Well, actually, I'm not coming back. I'm staying in Japan. What do you think I'm doing?
When you moving to Japan?
Bro, you ever heard me talk about my streams, what I'm going to do? That's been the plan for the start.
I mean, I heard you say it, but I mean, when you plan on going?
3 years from now.
What
do you think all about hard work and saving up money and paying off bullshit is doing? But also making plans, making moves, and things like that. One of my older brothers actually might join me on that because he actually wants to teach math. I don't know if that works over there. I said, if he could teach, you get that teacher, that'd be dope. But, hey, man, once you learn, you got to learn a language on top of that.
Yeah, because that's one of those countries that does not care. You either speak Japanese or you ain't talking to nobody.
Exactly.
They don't care. They don't care. I'm American. They don't care.
Don't give a damn. That's why
I'm an American. They don't care.
Exactly.
You're in my country.
You're in my town.
Here we speak Hunbu. There's actually no such thing as Japanese. There's no such thing. There's no such language as Japanese. There's Hunbu. But but most Americans, they Japanese. No. Let black people tell. They're Chinese. No, they're Japanese. It's the same thing. No, it's
not. You idiots. There's different.
It's not.
Yeah, they said there's different.
Different culture, different country, different people, different language. Everything about it is different. Everything about it is different. except for the slanted eyes. That's it. Except for the slanted eyes. That's it. Everything else is different.
Yeah, that's about right. 100% right, man. Andrew, you got it. Listening to women will make you hate women. Listening to red pill will make you feel sorry for them.
What was I right about, Jay?
Why the women cry.
What was I right about, Jay?
What were we right about?
You said you're right, Mandrill. What was I right about?
About the differences of languages and culture.
Yeah, it's different. It's talking about Chinese. No, it's completely different. There he is.
Yes, sir. I'm 5 years old. 5? Yeah, I'm 5 years old. No, this is my brother's son. He's 5 years old.
Yeah, he's telling you he's 5.
Yeah. I haven't seen him in a while.
Oh, okay.
The man telling you.
I haven't seen him since he was a little baby.
Yeah, the man telling you to pay attention to him.
But I always run the fastest, and that makes it into 5 feet.
Oh. I'm going ham on this damn Mario Kart.
Yeah. But did I win?
Yeah, I'm in a podcast.
We never did do that One Piece thing. We were supposed to do that.
Let me go run the fastest I can. No, you just stay.
All right, fellas. So what did I miss, man? I had to bounce out, man. I had to leave.
A lot.
Yeah. I got your messages after we were done. Yeah, I got your messages after that.
Yeah. I was just fucking with y'all. Kept sending y'all messages.
That was a trip, though.
That was. Well, wait, Don. You got Mandrill's number?
Say that again.
No. I guess you got Mandrill's number.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I got everybody's number, but Yella. Yella need to give me his number.
I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don had my number. Don's had my number a while now.
Got the big ones.
All right.
You need to go now.
All right, y'all. Fellas, I'm gonna have to bid y'all adieu.
All right, bro.
Can y'all hear me?
Can we hear you?
We hear you.
Okay. Yeah, sure. All right, fellas, I'm gonna have to bid y'all adieu. Thank y'all for holding it down, though, man. I appreciate y'all holding it down for me. Shout out to Jay, shout out to Mandrill, shout out to Don Q for holding it down. We about to transition into our interview right now. So I want everybody to stick around while I drop the quick intro. Let all my entrants come in. This is just like a formal reset of the show. All right, y'all, we'll be back in 20 seconds. All right, welcome in to the smoke session. We got a very special interview today. We are promoting the next C3 Wrestling show, Press Start 2, featuring a huge triple threat match between Mike Valentine, Atlas J. Horn, and Jackson Stampede Larkin. So without further ado, y'all been ready for it. Let's get our guest in right now. First, introducing Mike Valentine.
What is up out there, everybody?
Next, we got Atlas J. Horn. You muted, bro.
I said you will refer to me as the incredible Atlas J. Horn.
The incredible Atlas J. Horn.
You are damn right.
Welcome on.
Respect your elders.
And y'all, and y'all, welcome back, Jackson, Stampede, Larkin. How you doing tonight, sir? Okay.
You asked him a trick question. Trick question.
All right. Well, I'm glad you gentlemen could join us today. Like I said, this is a huge show starting off the year strong. Shout out to Chat. Interview with a body slam pyre. Shout out to the Chat. Right. Say respect on the name. The Incredible. Right. So you got to put some respect on the name. So we starting out the year strong with Press Start 2. And, this is one of the big matches on the card. And I want to get right into it, man. Without further ado, I know you gentlemen are busy. So we're going to start with the Incredible Atlas J. Horn. And with you being the veteran in this match, what made you want to take this match? What made you
You know what?
Match?
I've picked my spots. I've been known to pick my spots and choose who I'm going to hurt. And the sad thing about it is, in 20 some odd years of professional wrestling, I have seen and heard of all these guys coming into the business, decide they want to make a name for themselves. You can't make a name for yourself in this industry, in this area, without proving yourself to me first. If you can step into the ring with me, walk out of the ring under your full faculties after I'm done with you, then maybe you can get some respect. But until then, all of you guys are green. I can wipe my nose with you. It's nothing. Either one of you guys. I mean, Stampede and Michael. Oh my God, this is one of those instances in my life where I have to ask that you guys both make sure that you sign the waiver, because I will not be legally responsible for what happens to you in this match.
You know what? If anything, if you don't mind me interjecting right now, you actually made a good point. As soon as you started talking, you're old. You're this is out of your league right now. We're gonna go ahead and handle business. We're gonna go ahead and take care of everything while we got the was it the right to? This is our show. All right. So
here's I'll give Mr. Stampede here a little benefit of the doubt, but you should know better. You should know better more than anyone else, because you have personally seen what I've done to people in the ring. You more than anybody else. And by you going ahead and opening your mouth quickly, it makes it seem like I might make an example out of you first.
You know what? You can go ahead and try that. I'm definitely going to go ahead and make an example out of you. I'm going to make sure you are the laughing stock of the show. We can go on first. We can go on last. The only thing that everybody's going to remember is me going over you. I'm going to go over you, and I'm going to go over Stampede, and I will come out on top.
Okay. So while Mike, while you're going, what made you want to take this match?
Oh man, it's easy rules. This is easy money right here.
Money, easy. Hold on, let me get a paper and pen, because I'm gonna write this down. I'm gonna whisper all this down as I'm beating your ass in the ring.
Go right ahead.
Write it down. Easy.
Like I said, this is easy money. I've been with C3 ever since its inception. So what? This has been about 2 or 3 years right now. I wouldn't have survived through the whole COVID, through the whole quarantine, blah blah, this and that. So you got to remember that if there's anybody that's like amped up for anything, it's me. I deserve to be the first one that has his name up in the lights. I deserve to have my name up on the cover. I deserve to have my face everywhere. And with that being said, C3 was like, Mike, we got this idea. How about we go ahead and put you up against Stampede and Alice? Who? These are two nobodies.
Really? Here's the you can Google me, son. While you're talking about you don't know who I am, you better ask around who I am. I'm one of the forefathers of professional wrestling in the Chicago area. I was here before you. I was here before half of these promotions that even popped up. I was part of the original promotion in the Illinois industry. In Illinois, Windy City Pro Wrestling, son. So I was here before all of you. I've forgotten more about professional wrestling before you even knew anything about it. I've crippled more men than polio, son. So while you're talking up there saying that all these things were on the past and this is going to be easy money, there's a term that they say that I want you to remember, that you should respect your elders. You should remember the people who have paved the way before you, because you'll be buried under the bricks that I've already paved.
Oh, is that so? You know, I'm going to go ahead and leave this off on one note. I'm going to respect you after I pin you. We can even go ahead and make this one-on-one. I'll go ahead and toss I'll go ahead and toss anybody out the ring. All I'm going to say is that it's going to be it's going to come a time where it's going to be a one-on-one, and I'm going to go over.
You don't want that.
Yeah.
You don't want that.
I'm asking for it.
You really don't want that. And yeah.
Ooh. Hi. Because I wanna get the guest in, Jackson Larkin. Same question. What made you want to take this match?
Money.
Fair enough. Okay.
Some people like getting hurt for money. You know, it's a thing. You know, it's a thing. It happens. You know, man of short words. You know, I hope they paid you a lot. I hope they paid you a lot for this, because you know, there's things that people do for money, and there's things that people do in this world that they're not necessarily proud of. And I can definitely say that this is gonna be fun. I got a blabbermouth and a mute. This is gonna be wow. This is gonna be excellent.
Well, I think you know, can't really argue with money. We out here in the capitalist society. We got to make some money.
You must be new here. You think I'm a mute?
Okay. We're gonna go to the next question with Mike. Mike, what do you got to prove in this match? What do you seek to prove in this match?
I am going against two of the biggest athletes that C3 Wrestling has ever saw. Everybody already know I got nothing to prove, but me going over them two, it's just going to prove how the best I am. It's going to prove how worthy I am.
Who are you? Where have you been? What have you done? Who have you wrestled? Where have you been? Who knows you? No one knows you. You've done nothing. The shit that I took this morning did more than the wrestling business than you have.
Yeah.
The dog shit that I cleaned up last night did more in the wrestling business than you have. Who are you? We don't know you. You're about to be a glorified incident. You are about to be what they call a tragic miracle. You know, because it's about to be tragedy what happens to you in a ring. And the miracle of it is going to be that you actually may live long enough to tell people what happened. You'll be in one of the long lists of people that'll be added to say, you know what? I should not have said nothing to Atlas. I should not have made me him mad. You need to go ask around. You really need to go ask around.
You saying I need to ask you about your name? Like you said, I've been knowing you for what? It's been about what, like 10 years now, right? It's been about 12 years since I seen you perform in a ring. Mm-hmm. This is easy money against you, and it's going to be easy money against Larkin, all right? You know what? I'll even go ahead and rest. I'll go ahead and rest at the beginning. I'm going to let y'all play rock, paper, scissors first to see who you want me to beat up first, all right?
Really?
I got it.
So I'll move the question over to Atlas then, because it seems to almost kind of be doubt in your ability since you have so much experience and you have so many.
I really see, and that's the funny thing, and it's almost insulting. It's insulting to the point that you don't doubt someone that has gone one-on-one with the Monster Abyss. You don't doubt someone like that. You don't doubt someone who actively draws fear into the hearts of most people that he faces. You don't want to do something like that. Oh, I'm glad you're laughing. Oh, please laugh. Please laugh. Because the guy whose company this is, C3 Ultimate, Classic Alpha, once again, I have crippled more men that have stepped foot in this business than any of you guys have ever worked. And I'm going to make an example of you, Mike Whiteside, or and the little mute down here in the corner that likes to get paid. Yeah, we're going to see how much that money was worth. This is some good weed.
Okay. Well, on to the man about the money. Jack, what do you got to what do you want to prove in this match, Jackson?
Absolutely nothing. I'm going to be very honest with you. I've been quiet for so long because usually when I talk on your show, it becomes my show and the other people that's on it with me don't matter. But I can see in the chats that your people are posting that they're getting bored. So once again, I must liven up this show because these other two idiots can't do it. So I have nothing to prove. And this is the proof right here. If you look at that chat, everyone's saying my name. Everyone knows who I am. You two have been here much longer than me, yet no one knows who you are. Yeah, you wrestled Abyss, but we still have to Google you. We don't give a shit, okay? Smoke the weed, sit on the side. And as for you, Whiteside, once again, you've been in here longer than me. You think you belong on the marquee. You think it takes beating us to do that. It took you this long to even get here. I got here yesterday, and we're looking face to face. You are nothing. You are nobody to me. I am sick of C3 putting me against people that are beneath me, that deserve their ass whipped, and I guess I'm the only one that's able to do it. So I'll let both of you talk. I'll let both. Hey, know your place, old man, before I break your hip. I hope you got that AARP cracking, because I'm taking the person.
I love the fire. I love the fire and the heat that you have, and that you're directing it all at Mike Whiteside. That's great. That's great. That's awesome.
I'll direct some at you, Abyss's bitch. You can get some of this heat too. Hey, check this out. Check this out.
Know who I am. You may not know who I am, but the simple fact of the matter is,
no.
After this match, you won't forget it.
No.
You will not forget it.
One thing about me, I research my opponents. I research all my opponents. I am not a dumb man. I know exactly who you are. I saw you back in your days when you were wrestling Lupez. I'm very familiar with who you are. Very familiar with who you are.
You would know very carefully to tread very lightly around.
Hey, just make sure you take your arthritis medication before you get in the ring with the young bull, son. All right, how about that?
Very carefully. Don't worry about the arthritis medication. Don't worry about the years in the ring.
I know the weed is good for recovery. You might want to take another hit.
Don't worry about the gray on the face, baby, because in the immortal words of Ric Flair, you won't be first, but both your skinny asses will be next.
Skinny. Where's skinny at, son? Point to skinny.
I guarantee.
I am a goddamn beast. You better look me up. You better ask about me, son.
The one with the heavy lungs.
Anywhere.
You're gonna be dinner, and this loud mouth up here.
Your husky ass would call me dinner. All right, check this out. Can we get this? Let's get this show going. Now I think your viewers are into it now. And once again, you're welcome.
I was gonna say, well, since you woke up now, I got this question for you. Then, what do you want to know? What do you hope a win would do for you going forward?
So that's a great question. You know why that's a great question? Because I don't give a shit about what it's going to do for me going forward, because it's nothing but wins here on out. I'm taking everything. I'm not waiting for what things are going to do for me in the next match. Oh, the man of the hour. That man right there. Christopher Classic. Just the man I wanted to see. How perfect. Hey, can I talk to you for a minute? These two aren't entertaining me, so can I talk to you for a hot second?
Oh, yes, you might want to go ahead and get some advice from him. You might want to go ahead and ask who you messing with before you go ahead and write a check. Your ass is definitely not prepared to cash.
Yeah. Atlas, it's not 1942. You're not relevant anymore, son.
I'm
Larkin.
I'm going to write my relevancy and tattoo my legend across your ass.
Well, Larkin.
Hey, stay off my ass, son.
Larkin, I'm glad that you're happy to see me, but tread lightly because I am married and I don't go that way. But what's going on?
I am thrilled. Tell your wife I said hi. She's a good woman.
Yes, she is. She is indeed.
She's the greatest. She's the greatest. I would never disrespect her, but I'm not going to be long. I just want you to know.
Another one of my
throughout the treatment that I've received at C3 Ultimate, I just want you to know right now is my time for revenge. And I feel sorry for those two gentlemen that are in this chat with me, because now all of my anger and aggression that I have for everything that C3 has done to me will be taken out on the dinosaur and the baby back bitch. And
what you fail
responsible.
to realize is that he's doing.
I am talking. Remember when you two talked, it was boring.
Hey, when you grow, when grown
I'm
folks
talking to the boss man right now. That's very disrespectful, old man.
Shut the fuck up now. Hey, understand what I'm saying?
Oh, look at y'all mad.
Hold on, real quick. What has C3 done to you to make you so upset? I mean, I don't think you weren't victorious in Kingdom Come. That's on you. You weren't victorious at Highway to Stale. What did we do? What tape?
Check the tape. Watch
your shoulders were down for both matches, as I recall that you're talking about. And one match you walked out on. So what did we do wrong? All we did was book you. Maybe that was the mistake. I don't know. You tell me.
Oh, you know what? There's two mistakes here. Number one, check the tape of the last match. I got a lot of questions for Mr. Referee, man, because I think Mr. Stone was knocked the fuck out. I don't know if you saw it, but I did.
Sound like
and then
you got
number two,
a whole lot of excuses, son.
Number two,
for somebody who just labeled somebody else a baby back bitch.
Atlas, you just got the internet yesterday, old man. You just try to keep up with the times the best you can, all right?
Change your diaper. That's what's gonna need to happen.
Hey, Classic, I'm talking to you. It seems to be a lot of.
I get it. Classic. I get
towards me.
I get it.
You seem to like to come at me a lot. I always wondered why you always putting other obstacles in my way. Why don't you handle your business yourself one day?
You talking about me?
Wait, yeah.
Obstacles. Your opponents?
Well,
if they weren't here,
really call these two obstacles. Very talented individuals. I will never sell them short on their talent. Absolutely not. They're here for a reason, and that's to make me look even better than I already look.
I get it. You want me to hurt him.
You
want me to hurt him. That's what it is. You want me to hurt him.
Yeah, y'all been talking all this time. All right. We live in a day and age where everybody want to go in the ring. Everybody want to say, "Oh, this is my house," this and that, yada yada. You know what? This is my yard. Y'all two are the prisoners. I'm the warden. I'm the commander in chief right now, right?
I can't believe we stopped talking so you can say that corny shit. Listen,
right. Do you not realize if you
I'm not here to claim
wrestle? This is not going to be a contest. This is going to be a fight. This is going to be a fight.
It's going to be a
fight. Both of you. Look. This is no hyperbole. This is not a joke. This is not any stretch of the imagination. I'm going to hurt both. This is going to be a fight. This is not going to be a contest. This is not going to be anything that you've ever experienced before. I'm going to hurt you both. Maybe one at a time, maybe 2-on-1s. I'm going to hurt you. I'm going to choke one of you out. I'm going to hurt you.
Look, I want to add another thing too. You really can't touch me. Like I said, I'm the warden in this yard. I am the warden. You can call me the cops. You can call me the ops. This is going to be my turf, okay? You touch me and you see what happens.
Do you know why I got into the professional wrestling business?
And why is that?
It's because I can't legally do the things that I do to people outside the ring and not get arrested. So therefore, while you are stating that you're the warden, once again, Understand, Warden. This is going to be a fight. Notice that I'm not yelling. I'm not raising my voice. I'm not putting on a big old big old wrestling personality. I'm going to hurt you.
You were yelling like
I'm going to leave you laying in the ring, cradled up in a fetal position, calling for your mama, and it's not going to be pretty. So the best thing that you could possibly do is walk lightly. Hopefully, make me forget that you're there, and pray that I'm smoking some good weed that night.
You're right. Charge against you. I got you.
Is it my turn now? Is it my turn? Can I do this? Kevin, I would just like for you to notice how both these gentlemen turned up the moment I spoke. When it was just those two talking, it was very, very somber, easygoing conversations. That lets me know who the real target is. That lets me know who the inspiration is. And I am very happy to be the one that inspires both of you to actually bring your A game to this match. You're very welcome about that. What you gentlemen fail to realize is that even though I'm smiling and I'm joking around and I'm letting you know how I really feel about you with the smile on my face, I am very pissed off. I am very, very pissed off. See, I've had to deal with disrespect. I had to deal with a man disrespecting me to my face. I had to deal with these garbage situations that I've never seen anybody in C3 Ultimate go through other than myself. Must be picking on the new kid type stuff. But you know what? That's all right. It's a new day. I'm talking. Raise your hand if you're going to speak. I'm just letting
you know.
Raise your hand if you're going to speak. I gave you that respect.
There's a benefit of in the wrestling business of letting people know when they got a head out on them and when somebody want them hurt. I'm letting you know, dude, somebody wants you hurt. I ain't going to tell you who, but somebody wants you hurt, dude.
I really.
And they got the right one, baby.
Really couldn't care less. Oh, look. Hey, look at what is this? What are we watching here? Shoved away? Shoved away? Why would he be shoved away? Why wouldn't I just, let me pin him? What happened?
Hey, my guy Larkin looking pretty excited right now. Hey, go ahead and enjoy that tape because you and I, no, actually, you, me, and Alex, wait. You, me, and everybody inside this whole chat right now know you're not going to be able to pull a single damn move up in this ring. Yeah.
At the end of the day, gentlemen, I will leave it to you like this.
Yeah.
I am a very, very angry man. Atlas, you're new here. Just to remind you, this ain't no skinny boy. I'm a grown ass man. No. I'm muscular. You're overweight. There are two different types of big going on here.
Show me that again. Show me that again. Which arm is that? Right, which arm do you want? Which arm do you want to keep? Show me which one. Which one do you write with? Which one do you write with?
I dare you to try both. How about that?
Which one do you write with? Because I'm breaking one. One of them is getting broken.
Can you make sure your osteoporosis doesn't act up before you actually get in the ring so you can actually live through on your problems?
Why you worried about the old man? Why you worried about the old man cracks? If you knew who I was,
I know who you are. I research every opponent.
Then be very careful and just tell me which one do you want to keep because I'm breaking the other. If you don't give me a choice, I'm gonna take my pleasure and break your arm, break both fingers.
I could help you up to the ring apron if you like. I would really like for you to make this match for us to actually get the bell rung. So I'll help you up the stairs and hold the rope for you so you can actually get in. And I was quiet for half the show.
I'm gonna choke
I know. I was quiet for half the show.
I'm gonna choke him out. Hey, Classic.
Yo.
You remember that time I used to choke people out and they used to just lay there? Remember that time I choked you out? Should I do that to him?
Notice how you said remember. I just choked somebody out yesterday. It's not a threat if you're saying remember. You ain't got it no more. I just did that yesterday. We're not trying to remember. We do this now.
You may have choked somebody out yesterday, But you got a reputation, son, and your reputation precedes you that while you call my man Mike Whiteside a baby back bitch, you got a whole lot of complaints going on. And I'm letting you know after this here match, son, it ain't gonna be no doubt. It ain't gonna be no pleasure.
They
You
complain
gonna
about
be
me all
hurt.
they want to
I'm
behind
gonna
my back,
jack your
because if they
leg.
complain
I'm
behind
gonna
my back,
choke you
it's a
out.
secret. The real bitches don't bring it to my face. So if there's complaints about me behind my back, who are the bitches? Bring it to my face if you got
I'm
some
letting you
problems with
know.
me.
Hey, if you want
I'm letting you know, bro. Somebody wants you hurt. Somebody
Make
wants
sure.
you hurt.
Hey,
Somebody wants
And
you
they
hurt.
can't do it themselves. And they
All right,
can't do it
fellas.
themselves.
All right,
Sad
fellas. All
day.
right. All right. All right. All
It's a
right.
great episode,
Well,
Kev.
I appreciate you guys coming through. I absolutely do. I absolutely do. We wanna keep the questions moving around though. So Atlas, I do want to get this question for you though, because I am interested. What do you hope a win do for you going forward?
What a win for me to do going forward. See, here's the thing about this is I've been all known to come and go as I please. I'm one of the only men in professional wrestling that can come and go when I please, and when I show up, I make an immediate impact. And usually that impact is I leave someone as a greasy stain, leaving in the middle of the ring. My win-loss record in professional wrestling is damn right disgusting. If you really knew who I was, I'm not really too much worried about winning, because I pick and choose when I want to do what I want to do and who I want to do it to. And the simple fact of the matter is the opportunity came along now to hurt somebody. I ain't did nothing as far as hurting nobody since COVID been on. You know what I'm saying? I'm from the south side of Chicago, Inglewood to be exact. I like hurting people. I got into professional wrestling because I legally cannot do the things that I do to people in the ring, outside of the ring, or I'd be in jail. So you ask me what this opportunity does? It's plain and simple. It's giving me an opportunity to release some stress. It's giving me an opportunity to go ahead and do what I've done for the last 25 years in professional wrestling, and that's going to a ring legally, waiver free, and commit the most atrocities to people and get paid to do it.
Okay.
Think about it.
I'm glad.
Think
I'm
about
glad this. I'm glad you get this opportunity. You people should be happy, and I'm glad this brings a smile to your face. I am.
Man, you ever wanted to just hit somebody with a car? Man, this is about to be the living equivalent of y'all getting hit by a car. I'm letting you know right now. It's about to be a straight up car wreck. This is about not to be no wrestling match. This is not to be no contacts of skill and endurance and everything. This is about to be a straight up fight. I'm about to beat the brakes off of both of y'all. And it's about to be so fun.
All right.
Hey, so are we starting this match outside or inside? Because, like you said, like we're gonna need to help him get inside the ring too.
All right. Well, Mike, since you hopped in, what do you hope a win in this match to do for you going forward?
Oh man, you know I need that title opportunity, baby. I need it all. Ever since I've been here, like I was handed opportunities wasn't before. But of course, I just didn't think that the time was right. So right now, with putting me up against two of the biggest people inside this company, I ain't gonna have no choice but to go for the big goal after that. So all I'm saying, like I said, y'all can rock, paper, scissors to see who want to go ahead and get whooped first.
Man, I love how y'all like making like championship. I'm gonna be the championship after this.
Oh yeah.
Bro.
Hey, I got goals.
Man, you know what? You know what? Go ahead, little TT. You go ahead.
Yeah.
You know what? I hope and pray for everything that is worth that you go ahead after this match, have enough room in your colostomy bag to go ahead and do all the things that you need to do. in this next life.
Yeah, I got it.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Go ahead, little TT. Go ahead.
All right. Well, look, we do got the boss in here, CEO of C3 Ultimate Wrestling, Chris Classic. Man, what's on your mind about this match, man? What do you think? What do you think about this upcoming match?
I'm excited for it. I think what we do at C3 Ultimate Wrestling is we do a lot of things. We do matches that have never been done, and we also have debuts. So when I think of debuts, we have Atlas J. Horn, who is a vet and a solidified vet who backs up everything he says in the ring. So my thing is, my biggest thing when I do podcasts and everything is we talk about learning trees and stuff like that. And I'm not just talking about verbally teaching and stuff like that. You know, for fans and people who do look up to Atlas J. Horn, they can actually learn how he does business in the ring as well. Now, that benefits Valentine and Larkin because they are still young in the game. And at the same time, they can learn something, and then maybe they can overcome it to have a victory or not. And Atlas did speak about it before there was even a Classic Alpha. There was a Chris Classic, and Atlas beat me. You get what I'm saying? So there's a big thing about that. I had learned from that. It actually changed me. So I will give him that. As far as the two younger guys, Valentine and Larkin, they do have something to prove, and it's commendable that both of these guys are trying to come back and prove something. And you can definitely prove something if you can actually defeat Atlas J. Horn. And that's an if. I'm unbiased. So I think this match is very good.
All right, man.
You notice how my man spoke with humility and reverence? That's because he knows. That's because he's experienced. That's because he's lived and faced and been inside the eye of a tornado, and he's come out on the other end, and he knows. Take note. Take note.
That was a different time, though. I will say that as well. That was a totally different time. You get what I'm saying? Yes. That was a totally different time. Yes. I'm not one of these people that give excuses or anything like that. A loss was a loss. It was one-sided. It wasn't back and forth. I'm totally honest. And like I said, I learned from it. But I will say that it was a totally different time.
Yes. And I will say that from what I've seen for you right now, you are now ready for the next level. Are you ready for it?
Always.
That's okay. We'll see. After I get done after I get done with these two, we'll talk.
We'll see. We'll see. Ain't nothing but a phone call away.
Kevin, ask another question. This love fest has gone on long enough, and I think we need to bring the viewers back in.
You was happy to see me, Larkin. What happened? I didn't give you enough attention, bro. I didn't give you enough attention.
You didn't answer my question.
Well, if you be quiet and actually ask it and be quiet.
I was live for half the show. Did you not watch?
Actually, I had other business I had to attend to, but I am glad that I'm here now. It was definitely some things going on. So, what is your question? Hot questions, yeah?
Well, you know what? Actually, screw the question. More of a statement because I'm done asking for things. I'm just here to let you know that throughout my time at C3, and I'm going to talk to you like a professional. Throughout my time at C3, I have not felt valued as a worker for your company. So I just want you to know that all of my anger and frustration will be taken out on you. I am talking, you dinosaur. Why are you interrupting me?
Because you were like, man,
I'm having a discussion with my boss.
You're not respecting me. So therefore, I feel like I should complain.
Oh, this isn't a complaint. Shut the hell up and listen.
I feel like I'm not being treated fair.
So from here on out, Classic, there's no more mercy. There's no more kindness. There's no more respect for anything or anyone. These men have volunteered to get their heads getting taken off. And I'm just the guy to do it. Won't take much for Atlas. He won't even make it to the ring. I'll just clip him as he takes that first step up to the apron. That's easy. I got to worry about the younger, spry one. I guess I'll just hit him really hard because I'll just shave his chest in. The point is, anybody you put in front of me from here on out is at risk of their lives, and you are responsible. Thank you for your time.
Quick question. Why don't I ask you a question? what's the conspiracies against you that you speak about? Don't you get paid? Don't you get paid? You know, there's a lot of promoters that don't think of paying people.
No.
You get promoted? Do you get promoted? Yes. Have you been on flyers? Yes. Okay. Well, what conspiracy?
Well, that sounds, me being on flyers is more for you than anything because I am your star.
Well, that's
so you're welcome.
Well, honestly, you would complain about that too. Let's be honest. You'd complain about that too. I'm not on the flyer. Oh, my face need to be on the flyer. Put me in my arms on the flyer. You know, it's just things
you
that you
get both arms next time. Who's your editor?
I guess so. I guess whatever you're trying to show, it needs to be at 1080p so it can be on the flyer so everybody can see it. But going back into it, there's no conspiracy.
All right,
you need a win. You need a win. It's your fault. Okay. It's your fault that you didn't get it done. It's your fault. I'm sorry. You didn't kick out at 3. You didn't kick out at 3. You had a C3. You had 2 championship matches. You had a 4-way and you had a 1-on-1, and you couldn't get it done. So yes, you need to do
that he showed earlier. So how about this? Clean slate. Clean slate. Both of them getting their heads taken off, and from here on out, everybody's a victim. I no longer wait. You're responsible. In the discussion, we start fresh. Nice to meet you, boss.
You wouldn't have made it in Windy City. You
I
wouldn't
would
have
have ran through Windy City like a mother.
You wouldn't have made it in the LWF. You wouldn't have made it in the PWA.
Well, you got next month to prove yourself right.
In reality wrestling.
You got next month to prove yourself right.
I will say this.
Hey, Atlas,
to one
is your
point.
glaucoma acting up? I want you to see this tape.
To one point, the fans over here, Yellow Pill Coffee, they did notice this. I tried to show her earlier. They want to call it. They've been calling it the push away. Just want to give y'all a quick look at it.
The push away.
So it's the middle of the match. Jackson got Aaron Stone up for a huge powerbomb. Now, he did go in for the cover. He got pushed away. A lot of people were upset about that. A lot of fans were upset about that.
He was.
I don't know, but
the ref was worried about Aaron Stone's life. It's now in the past. We move forward. But just know that you gentlemen seen that a referee was concerned about another man that was in the ring with me. Talking about I wouldn't have made it through Windy City. I would have crippled that whole roster.
Class. What are the win conditions in professional wrestling? How do you win a match in professional wrestling?
Usually the ref doesn't push you away from a pin.
Okay. But if you're not,
and then there's also a knockout. But like I said, we don't worry about that. We move on.
And
the referee was doing his job. I will say the referee was doing his job. He was concerned for a life.
Yes, he will definitely be. The referee's job is to be concerned for a life. Yes. But there's also a time when the referee is there to make sure that the job is done. So there are different ways to win a match beyond pinfall, beyond submission, and that's called a referee stoppage. And had you done all the things that you're claiming to do and handled the property, he was worried about a man's life. He would have stopped the match and you would have won the match. But
Atlas, first of all, Kevin says that his people complained about it, so he addressed it for his people, not me. Keep up. Number two, if you look at how long he was down for, I would say it was about 3 seconds. I could have just put him out of his misery there, but I was pushed away for over 3 seconds. So, like I said, we move on. Fans, don't worry about it. I'm going to be okay.
You won't have a thing to complain about. I'm going to relieve you of every excuse that you have had, and I'm going to leave you with the bare truth of who you are. And then I'm going to allow you to look at yourself in the mirror and go from there. And Mike Whiteside, I'm going to do the exact same thing for you. I'm going to relieve you of this arrogance that you have, that you're thinking that there will be a future for you afterwards, because the harsh truth and the harsh reality of this particular situation is that both of you have been placed in the ring with the devil. You've been placed in a situation with someone who's professionally hurt people for the last 25 years. In every promotion that he's gone, in every place that he's gone, I've hurt people for Hall of Famers. I've hurt Hall of Famers, legit Hall of Famers. Do you think that either one of you are going to be in a situation to where after this, you're going to question where you're going to go forward? You're going to face the bare facts of who you are after this. All the gimmicks are going to be laid to rest. I don't know if Stampede is who you are, but Atlas J. Horn is exactly who I am. It's been who I am for the last. I'm gonna hurt you. Make sure that the insurance is paid up.
All right. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. We're gonna take that as final thought, Mike. We want to get you in. Let you get your final thought.
Yeah. All right. Well, I already made it abundantly clear. Was it ever since the beginning? Ever since we started this show, I went ahead and told everybody. I said I'm here to do one thing. That's gonna go ahead and come out on top of this. I don't care how it happens. I don't know what's gonna happen. All I know is that it is gonna happen. I am gonna be the one to successfully pin one of y'all fools. All right.
All right. And last, we got Jackson Stampede Larkin.
He looks like an idiot. Look at him. He looks dumb. Oh, sorry.
Catch your breath. So see, all right, I'll be straight up honest. Atlas, I actually like you. I like you a lot, just because you're so easy to mess with. You were so calm. You were so collected earlier, but I already got you off your game. You already acting out of character. You already don't know what to do any and every time I speak. But the point is that you listen when I was tuned out for half the things you said. I respect everything you have done before now. You just so happen to be, how do they call it, a casualty of war. And the same goes for you, Mr. Valentine. And I actually think you're a really nice guy. You're a really nice kid. You have a bright future ahead of you. But again, you are a casualty of war. See, I actually don't have anything against either one of you. I have a lot of pent-up anger and aggression based off of my last year at C3 Ultimate. You two just so happens to be the first two people I see ever since the last straw was broken. So, I don't mean to be an arrogant prick. I apologize for that. I don't mean to be rude, but I must get my message across, not only for you, but for these lovely fans that come here to see me and listen to me talk and watch me perform. You two men are nothing more than victims, and you have no choice but to blame Classic. He put you here. He put you in this match. He's putting you in the ring with me, and I have things to do, and it requires taking both of you out. This is not personal. This is 100% business, but unfortunately, like Mr. Horn has pretty much said, and I will paraphrase, we are in the business of hurting people. You two gentlemen just so happen to be volunteers to get hurt by the Stampede. I'm here to run through you and everything else that's in my way, along with any and everybody else as NC3 Ultimate that's not a part of the ARC. We're here to run the game. I run the show. I'm the star. You're welcome for this TV time. You're welcome for all the time that you're getting here, being here with me, and I'm glad I could help. But when it comes to January, apologies in advance. I got to put you both to sleep. It's just business.
Hey, I also want to say that's a nice shirt you got on too. Where's your picture at?
Oh, right.
Is it bottom? Is it at the bottom?
That's because my big ass fist is there. Are you blind?
Nah.
You gotta make room for greatness.
I think that's because you're used to getting pinned. All right, yeah. Just making sure you got that in line.
Oh, that was cute.
Yeah.
That was real cute.
Yeah.
You're gonna get named, kid. I really don't know why you're here. I don't know why you would even sign up for this. You're a very tiny man with little to no strength to offer that compares to me, and I'm pretty much just gonna eat you alive. God bless. We'll pray for you, and drink your milk, say your prayers, eat your vitamins. It's the only chance you got.
All right, brother. So we gonna wrap it up with the boss. What you got for us?
I am excited for January 21st. Shout out to you, Yella, for getting these guys together for promotion for the show. All three guys are talented. We got vets, we got young bulls, we got a triple threat, y'all. It's gonna be a great match. I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be dope. 3 different guys in one match. You guys do not want to miss this at Press Start 2. I'm thankful for all 3 guys to spend a little time with us, with you, Yella, to speak about it. Make sure you subscribe to the Yellow Pill Coffee Company YouTube channel and also C3 Ultimate Wrestling.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about, fellas. Gentlemen, I'm ready to see some heads get smashed, and I think it's gonna happen in this match right here. Say he's so humble. The chat loving it. The chat appreciated the time. Thank you for coming in. We are gonna raid out y'all, everybody that's on Twitch, because I'm finna end this long ass stream. Because I have been streaming for 19 hours and some odd minutes. Because I'm about this motherfucking life. I don't know what y'all talking about. So, gentlemen,
it's about to be a car wreck, dog. It's about to be a car wreck. If you ever wanted to see somebody like a car wreck, like for real and real, buy a ticket. Like for real. This is about to be like the most horrific thing you have ever seen in the business of professional wrestling. If you are a fan of old school, hard hitting wrestling, and you missed that, man, we about to bring it back. Buy a ticket. I'm about to hurt these boys.
Let's go. All right, chat. We're gonna be raiding out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shout out to everybody that didn't come through. Because if you didn't come through, here's what I got for you.
And everything else. Pardon me?
You can go yourself.
Really?
And quit asking
me. Is that the way you talk to your wife?
Yeah, if I have to, if I need to, but I don't. And I don't know you, and I don't care about you.
And is this the kind of anger that leads to your physical assault?
Matter to me.
Let me tell you
so
what I'm
my
life doesn't matter to you.
Hold on. Or get hit by a bus tonight. I'm not gonna care because she's pushing my buttons, and I don't like her now. And the next thing I'm gonna do is leave. So all of you.
And like that, support of Black Wrestling, y'all. We out. Peace.